Shofar. Hasharam Matazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Hakarayim, Iopinya. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayosha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalakwa, Sham, Yahweh Ba'ashua. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Abakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'ah, Atazak, no and not thou murder. La'ah, Bakanab, no and not thou murder. La'ah, Bakanab, no and not thou steal. La'ah, Thayonah, Shakar, no and not thou testify falsely. La'ah, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La Rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
We sing praises to your name. Oh, yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh, yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
This one goes to Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. My Aluah is Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. All my love to Yahuwah. Tell me who but Yahuwah. There is none like Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Sacrificed his only begotten son, gave us Yahusha. All praises to Yahuwah. Now man can be redeemed. All my love to Yahuwah. Tell me who but Yahuwah. There is none like Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Sacrificed his only begotten son, gave us Yahusha. All praises to Yahuwah. There's power in your name. Yeah, give thanks for your love. I thank you for life, for all of your blessings. Thanks for your Husha, that sacrifice. Thanks for redemption. Thanks for your Ruach, we're set apart. You gave us exemptions. You gave us the book, our daily bread. Thanks for your lessons. You broke every curse when we repent. You heard our confessions. You were the first, and you know all, ain't no exceptions. Creator of all, out of the dust, no need for conception. You opened my eyes. Thanks for my election. Yahuwah, tell me who but Yahuwah. There is none like Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Sacrificed his only begotten son, gave us Yahusha. All praises to Yahuwah. Now man can be redeemed. All my love to Yahuwah. Tell me who but Yahuwah. There is none like Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Sacrificed his only begotten son, gave us Yahusha. All praises to Yahuwah. There's power in your name. Praise Yah. Gave me my flow, gave me my drip when I didn't know you even exist. Even when I tried to resist, you never taken me off of your list. I was worshiping self, though I'm just a man. I couldn't see my life life in your hands when I made my own. You laughed at my plans, and now I look back and I laugh at them too. How could I think I knew better than you? I was living in sin and my life was a lie. Now I'm in you and it's only the truth. Can't believe what you love me through. Now I see and I love you too. But there is no love like you. No thing that your love can't do. No thing you can't see us through. Long as we keep our eyes on you. Chose to love my neighbors too. Even when the time gets rough. No time don't tough like you. Pitch black and you shine right through. In the face of the deep, you saw beneath. When man get tired and weak, you never sleep. You show yourself in the stillness. I'll only listen. I won't say a peep. I'll never look back. I won't even peek. Yahuwah, all praises to your name.
All my love to Yahuwah. Tell me who but Yahuwah. There is none like Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Sacrificed his only begotten son, gave us Yahusha. All praises to Yahuwah. Now man can be redeemed. All my love to Yahuwah. Tell me who but Yahuwah. There is none like Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Sacrificed his only begotten son, gave us Yahusha. All praises to Yahuwah. There's power in your name.
Yasharal, 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 Yasharal. All praise due to Yah alone. Yasharal, Yah is calling you back home.
Kingdom and grace are the best. Seek that first and his righteousness. Then you will know say you're blessed. But your sins you must first confess. And seek your repentance next. I am overall.
Yah is calling you back home.
Yeah, above all me clear. Over the world, money and fear. Bag of money, car and chain. Me nah left my soul drain. Cause me coming out the most I near. No stokes, no shame. Yahusha the sun and above all, yeah, me proclaim.
Yah is calling you back home. All praise due to Yah alone. Yasharal, Yah is calling you back home.
Shalom, Shabbayat, Shalom, Yasharal. The Most High Yah is calling you back home. Shout out to Yashayaha, my brother. Uh-oh. I'm watching myself live. Hold on. Watching us live. Shabbat Shalom. Hold on. Let me put my comment section up to make sure my mic is on. Shalom. Yes, my Yah. We praise you, Yah. Shabbayat Shalom. Shabbayat is the original Hebrew for Sabbath, a set-apart day, the seventh day in Genesis, when he said that he symbolically rested from all his creation when he created us from the first day to the sixth day, which was his original covenant, his will for us in the Garden of Eden. Okay? We were created from the Adamah, which is the earth. All right, in the fullness thereof, the Most High's first law. He said to rest. He said, remember this day forever, the seventh day, the Sabbath day, in the English transliterated word, the Shabbat day in the Phoenician, Hebrew, convoluted word, but the Shabbayat in the original Hebrew. The seventh day, remember, consecrated forever. So Shabbat, Shalom, Shalom's original Hebrew for peace and blessings. Shalom. In the convoluted Hebrew is Shalom. In the Shalom. In the all right. So, and in the English language, it's also Shalom. Shalom. And in the more integrated Hebrew, is Shalom. But in the original, it's Shalayam. All right. So, Shabbat Shalom, everyone worldwide, happy Sabbath day, the seventh day. May you be blessed by the Most High in spirit and in truth. Welcome to Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah. I am your brother, Uncle Yahya, known as Uncle Yahshua as well. The song that you heard, Yahshua, I know I can't sing, Yah is calling you back home. Right? That joint's popping, right? Good music, right? All praise to the Most High for us making music to glorify the Father. Coming back to our first estate, he's calling us back home. Start praising the Father in spirit and in truth. That was our elder, Yashayaha, a young elder in our ministry, the one who reads with me on the screen. He'll be on the screen in a minute. And the other song, the first song, this goes out to Yahuwah. That song, that was him too. So that both of those songs are him. So Maya, I got your email too, and I'm gonna address some. I'm gonna read some of your stuff on Sunday and some of the other emails. I'm gonna keep the personal stuff personal, but I'm gonna reach out to you, Maya. I'm gonna answer your text. Your email, that the last one that you sent me. So don't worry, I'm gonna reach out to you. And Ayabayan, we got to find a way to get your ministry call into for a lot of the attacks that I see you've been having. So all right, and I read everyone's email, so just so y'all know. All right, so that's Yasha singing both of those songs, and the other song, Satisfied Way. He got albums, beautiful albums. He's part of Mashiach Assembly Ministries. We have beautiful music, giving praise to the Father. Can someone put the link, Yasha or someone, could y'all put the link to his Bandcamp page where now don't buy it today. Don't buy the music today. It's the Sabbath day. If you want to buy, if you want to purchase, if it's only $1 or something. If you want to purchase the songs, because his albums are gonna be there. Eventually, I am gonna put it. I'm gonna put our stuff. I'm gonna have a Mashiach Assembly. What they call that? Because I got it from Maya. She wrote me. She was like, "Unc, do y'all got it sound? What's it? Spotify. I should have known Spotify. Weeble, the stock exchange thing. They gave me free Spotify stocks when I opened the thing, and that thing is up to $100 for free. I'm like, shout out to Weeble. So Spotify. So we're gonna make a Spotify Mashiach Assembly ministry page with our songs. That's me, Yasha, and Kayana. Kayana got a whole slew of beautiful Hebrew songs. I got to get with Kayana again to work out which ones won't give our channel a strike when I play it. So we got some songs, and we're working on some new songs now, just so y'all know. Me, Yasha, and I want to see if Kayana want to join us too. So I guess she's going to hear it now. So Kayana, if you want to join us, we got 2 new songs we're working on right now. Me and Yasha. All right. And Kayana has a couple of albums. I'll be playing some more of her music as well on here on the intro to it, so y'all can enjoy beautiful Hebrew music from Mashiach Assembly Ministry. Just have to find out which one's getting the strike from the tracks that she purchased. All right, so yeah, so Yasha, when you can, put the link to your band camp, so they can buy your singles if they want it. But not today. Don't buy today. Today is a Shabbat day, everyone. Don't buy anything today. All right. Oh, okay. So thank you, y'all. So in the Mashiach Assembly Ministries, we had 2 of the sisters, Yakatas, original Hebrew word for sisters. 2 of the Yakatas had earth births. Now we at the ministry, we don't celebrate birthdays like Babylon. We don't, make birthday parties and have themes in my day and my week, me. No, we celebrate the earth birth as the day that the Most High elected us to come down here, right? It's a very special. It should be the most special day in our existence in this earthly realm, because we came down from the Shamayam to put in this work for the Father, for His kingdom. All right. Precepts is that as Mashiach came down. All right. So most people don't know, those who've been following us and understand election and the breakdown of the scriptures, that there was a free will election that you chose to come down. Actually, most people don't know that, but when you were with the Father, that's what we're trying to return to. So we have a purpose to fulfill here, a completion. That's why everybody's looking for their purpose-driven life, right? What is my purpose? What is my purpose on this earth? That's what you were sent here for, to fulfill a purpose, right? You choose to come on down and you got to fulfill it. And that's the point of going back to the Father, back to His kingdom, back in the oneness with the Father, back to your spirit. This body is just a physical vehicle to fulfill this purpose in this world, in this earth. So all of us have a purpose-driven life, something that we are to fulfill for the Father, that we chose to come down to get this earth smoke for. We come down to get this business. And that business is to glorify the Father and to bring others back to the Father. All right? That's what Mashiach came. Be a light, be a pathway. Agamayal, path, that's the Hebrew. Oh, I still didn't put out the Hebrew. All right. I'm going to make a promise. I can't say by Sunday, but definitely by next week. Before the next Sabbath study, I will have the first original Hebrew series, teaching y'all the original Hebrew series. I'm making a promise now. All right, so when I do that, I'm a man of my word. We have to be men and women of the word, of our word. All right, so 2 of our sisters, Yakatas, had earth births. That's Yasharallah, from Chicago. Now she's in Florida. Shout out to Chi-Town. She's from the south side too. I think she's from the ghetto. I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bombs. She from the hood, right? Shout out to Chi-Town. Shout out to Yasharallah. Shout out to her son Yarael, her mom Yalda, and the whole family, all the babies and everything. And other sister Nadia, and I think Nadia is out in the UK, United Kingdom. Shout out to United Kingdom. Nadia. So they both had earth births on the same day. That's dope. I guess when they was in the Shamayam with the Father, they choose to come down here on the same day. They come down to get this smoke. All right. So praise Yah, and happy earth birth to the 2 Yakatas. I hope you had a blessed day with the Father. So for our earth birth, guys, the day that we were born into this earth, we celebrated as a day to give thanks to the Father, right? To give thanks and asking the Father, giving Him thanks for breathing the breath of life into us, giving Him thanks for us to have another day living on this earth, for the provisions and everything. And we ask Him, Father, could you please continue in your will to enlighten me of what my purpose is, so I can fulfill it unto you. We give it as a day of giving thanks to the Father. We don't do it as a day to celebrate ourselves. All right. So, happy earth birth to the Yakatas. Now, Yael said that was on May 14th that they have their earth birth. Happy earth birth, Yasharallah and Nadia. May the Most High bless you and your families. Okay. Thank y'all guys for reminding me. Shalom, Yamala. Yamala and Diana, I want you two Yakatas, I want y'all to email me. I was looking for your name in my email. I can't find it because I have something for you, for both of you, Yakatas. So Yamala, I don't know if Diana's here right now. If she's not, make sure you get with Diana and tell her y'all both email me. All right, because I have something for you guys. So yes, all right. Praise Yah. All right, so I'm glad I seen your name, Yamala. So I remembered that. All right. All right, so we're gonna get started now. All right, happy Earth. All right, I'm gonna put the link so my brothers and sisters can join me on the screen. All right, and we're gonna get started. Present. Diana's here too. Okay, good. Praise Yah. All right. So both of y'all email and then I don't want to do it over the live, but I got something for you guys. All right. Share screen. Oh, no, not share screen. I'm looking for invite, copy, bang, Control V, enter. Wow, tomorrow's your Alda's Earth birth. Happy Earth birth to your Alda. That's your Charlotte's mom. Happy Earth birth, your Alda. She's an elder and a young elder in our ministry as well, out there in Chi-Town, Chicago. Out there in Chi-Town. Happy Earth birth, your Alda. May the Most High bless you on that day, and may you feel the light of the Father, and may your reverence to the Father of breathing the breath of life into you for another day and going forth in your purpose, and just your thanks to the Father. May it be beautiful and blessed and holy unto the Father. Praise Yah. Thank you, Yasharallah, for letting us know. Happy Earth birth to your Alda. Happy pre-Earth birth. Praise the Most High. All right. So let me let my brothers and sisters on the stage. Shabbat Shalom, Elder Taj Baliyah and Yana Pa out there in Oakland, California. Shabbat Shalom, Hakyama. Shabbat Shalom out there in AT, or she probably in AT. I'm trying to give her location. She like, don't be telling nobody where I'm at. Well, the ATL is big. They ain't gonna find you. So many black people out there in that ATL. Well, they might find. They might find you. Might look like one of the only holy ones walking around. There's so much sin and degradation going on. You probably stand out like a sore thumb. All right. So Shabbat Shalom, Habarah Zayan, Shalom King. This is our young king. His name was formerly Iberis Zion. For those who hold on, let me mute the young king. He hot. All right, there you go. So Shabbat Shalom, Habarah Zion. That's a beautiful Hebrew name. Hebrew Zion. All right, Shalom, young king. Great to see you. Now I got to finally see what you look like. Shalom, young king. All right. So we're going to get started. All right, well, it's too many chats now. Shabbat Shalom to anyone that was new here that I didn't get to speak, I didn't get to call out yet. All right, so now, go ahead.
You said you were going to talk about some testimonies that you had.
I know, I'm going to do it on Sunday. Thank you. So I'm going to do that on I was going to do it today. I'm like, hold up, that's that's Sunday. We'll do it on Sunday. All right. So, how about y'all said, Yasha just got home. He'll put his music link in the chat after he washes up. Okay. Just remind me, guys, that when he put the music link in the chat for me to say it, because I know a lot of people have been asking, where can I get these songs? Where can I get this music? And we're going to do a SoundCloud. No, SoundCloud. Spotify, I don't know. I don't know. We're going to do both, I guess. Spotify and a SoundCloud. So y'all be able to have the songs to the worship of the Father. All right. So, Zayana says she put it in the chat. Okay, good. Thank you, Zayana. So Zayana put the link to the band camp thing where the rest of the albums will be there too. We'll be putting all the Yeah, so we'll do Apple Music too. Not yet, so Apple Music too. All right, so we'll do them all. Don't worry. We'll have them all streaming platforms. All right. So because we're gonna do Mashiach Music, Mashiach Music Group, Mashiach Assembly Music. All right. So all of our songs, all of the praise and worship songs to the Father will be able to be streamed from y'all and all your all your devices. However. All right. So all right. Now let's get started. So we're getting started. Let me put the thumbnail on the screen. All right. Right there. Bang. And let me bang, share, present, share screen, window, bang, share. All right. So this was the thumbnail. All right. And very interesting thumbnail, right? So it says Haiti and Ashanti, gods. And then it says Voodoo Affordable Housing Project. I know, right? What in the Hades? What in the Sheol is going on in this world? All right. So it says Haiti and Ashanti gods. I put a snake. I put this affordable house. I didn't know what this was. I'm like, what in the what in the Hades do they got going on? And then I put this we rebuke all this in the name of Yah Yah right here. All right. So I put this what they call it, voodoo, that pin cushion thing they be sticking, and we rebuke all that. Don't allow that darkness to scare you, because the darkness, guys, eats off fear. Fear is devil food, demon food. Well, it's really devil food, dark Sabaoth, heavenly host food. They eat fear. That's why even these serpent seeds, they want to pump fear into people and drink adrenochrome and stuff like that, right? So don't be scared of the darkness. Know who's and who you are, and repel it, rebuke it. And, I ain't scared of none of them. I ain't scared of none of them dark eagles, right? So, all right, so don't be scared of none of them. Shalom Dayana Van. Don't be scared of none of that, right? So now, I don't want to know the children, so she was muted. Okay, so Sikkim Dog said, bro, I'm 56 years old and been married before. I have 2 grandsons and only 1 daughter. No other children, just her. She visited me today and I was so happy to see her. Our fellowship was awesome. That's beautiful. So I guess he got a daughter. All right. Yeah, Sikkim Dawes, that's the dude. I was just making sure I was a brother. Well, I'm glad you got visited by your daughter today. I know that must have been beautiful. Yeah, that's a beautiful thing, man. A lot of people don't realize that us men, we have feelings too. They really don't think men have feelings. I don't know what it is. This society done made men into like we just don't even exist. Like somebody can just take my children and it ain't gonna hurt me. You know what I mean? They don't care about us, boy. They ain't got no love at all for them men. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so I hurt, I have to block it out. Like, nah. But praise Yah. All right. He said he's a black male. Praise Yah. All right. For those who get to see your babies, you're blessed. For those men who are able to be in your baby's life, not just providing a bag. You understand? That's what, I provide a bag, but I don't get to see my babies. It's insane. Right? But for those who are blessed to have your babies, man, you're blessed. Just cherish it and understand that that's a blessing in this world. Should have been a right, right? It's supposed to be a rite of passage. Yeah, wickedness of feminism. Yes, Maya. Should be a rite of passage. That's your seed. You should be able to be in your seed's life. But Babylon, serpent, snake. All right, so the thumbnail, Haiti and Ashanti. Haiti and Ashanti gods. And then this voodoo affordable housing project. So I'm like, what in the voodoo is going on with that? So let's start with that, because I was like, what is going on? I don't know how I even, let me see, how can I know I can find it. I can go to my history. It got to be really close in my history. Give me 1 second, guys. That's the only tab I didn't open up. Go to my history thing and just scroll down a little. Is that it right there? No, that's the scripture. Scroll down. Yeah, I'll see it in a second. I'll see it. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Scrolling on. Scrolling on. Scrolling on. Dang, we got all this digital currency stuff we was doing. Where are you? Where are you, bud? Well, you're not my buddy. Where are you? I'll probably just type it in. I thought it'd be easier just finding it that way. I got so much stuff I'll be doing. Alright, that's all right. Just type it in. Let me go to go here, Google, enter, and then type in voodoo. I don't even like. I rebuke all that in the name of Yahweh Shah. Voodoo affordable. There you go. Voodoo affordable housing. That is insane that that's even a thing. Okay, so voodoo affordable housing. Engage. Okay. All right, so I don't know which one it is. It should be. Man, close this thing. They be doing too much now. See results closer to you. No, leave me alone. Y'all too intrusive. Get out of my business. See some results closer to me. Yeah, they got a bunch of. But this one says the Daily Planet. I just want to know what in the world. 500 for town of Telluride. Let me just click on engage Telluride.org. Is this the one? Ain't the one I found, because, well, there you go. So let me switch it to this tab. Oh, I have to stop sharing. Stop share. And then I have to make this smaller and come back to y'all. Okay, present, share screen, bang, share. Now, y'all got to ignore these cookies. They be wanting my cookies. I don't give people my cookies. You can get my cookies. Mind your business. So you see this? It says Voodoo Affordable Housing Project. And then it just talks about, they don't discuss the voodoo part. I'm like, I don't know what this is about. They just talk about the town of Telluride. Telluride hosted a public forum on Monday, May 6th to gather feedback on the desired use and selection. And it's supposed to drop. This thing is open. And look, the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project is comprised of 27 units with studio 1, 2, and 3 and 4 bedrooms and approximately 3,700 square feet. And, you know, it's all the stuff, a new free box, approximately twice the size. I don't know what kind of box that is. Public restroom. Where is the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project? And they tell you what has happened so far, the zoning. And I'm like, and it's supposed to open now. Oh, September. It's completed in 2024, September. So I'm like, and look at the community on the thing, right? I'm like, what in the world? And then that's all they talk about. They don't talk about the voodoo part. I'm like, what is going on, bro? So let me stop sharing that. That wasn't part of nothing, but when I was trying to bring up the stuff I have to bring up from this ancient book we about to open, that thing opened up. And I'm like, what is that? All right, so y'all be careful with that. So we're going to go in this ancient book. It's going to explain a couple of things. All right, they got some explaining to do. Don said, I guess the voodoo part is silent. I know, right? Can you imagine living in that neighborhood? Oh, my goodness. I rebuke all types and parts of that. That's crazy. These people being some craziness, man. This world. Talk about the days of Noah. I'm like, they got an affordable housing project. And you know, some people like, okay, well, they got some good housing. Forget that part. You hear the devil's in the details. You can't say they ain't tell you, right? That's like the darkness, the serpent seed. You can't say they ain't tell you. It's right there. Don't act like you ain't know. All right. So now the first book we're gonna open is, where did I write it? Over here. We're gonna open this ancient book, page 7. We're gonna go to page 7 first. All right. So
There's some people backstage.
okay. Look at her chomping. I see you chomping. Shabbat Shalom, Yashia. All right. Yeah, let me know if somebody else comes backstage, guys, so that I won't see it. All right. So the now let's go to the let's go to the book. I'm gonna put the book on the screen. The first book we're gonna open tonight is, let me click it. It's this one. Present, share screen. Where you at? This one. Bang, share. So this book, well, I'm glad we going through it and breaking it down, because it's probably gonna go away soon because they took it off Internet Archive. So it's only up on this Google, and it's only a preview of this, not the fullness. Right, so I don't know what they're doing, but I'm glad we're at least going through it and breaking it down, so we have a historical record of the book, even if they take it down from our lessons. And I save all of our lessons, and they're archived on our website too, MashiachAssembly.com. They're archived. All right, so now this is the Hebrewisms of West Africa. All right, so let me give the book, because I think Sister Linda Llewellyn, she wanted the name of the book and where to get it. So you got to go, if anybody, it's Hebrewisms of West Africa, from the Nile to Niger with the tribe of Judah, that J-Ooze. So I'm going to say, I'm going to call it tribe of Judah. Y'all know what that word, So, and that's the book. Hebrewisms of West Africa by Joseph J. Williams. That's a white man. It was originally published in 1931. All right. So, and this one is only on Google Books. So you go to Google Books and you type in this Hebrewisms of West Africa, and that's how you can find it. It's no longer on the Internet Archive. They took it down. So certain stuff they're going to be starting to take away. All right. So that's the book, Sister Linda Llewellyn. All right. So now we're going to go to page 7, because this is where we left off last time. So a little update for those who didn't watch the last live on last Sunday. We got to the page where these Coromantins, Koromantyns, are actually, you're welcome, Sister Linda, they're actually the Ashanti. So just like we change the words from Hebrew into transliterated English and Spanish and Greek and whatever, the same thing. So these Ashanti from the west coast of Africa, what they call the Gold Coast, when they got to the America and Jamaica and the slave masters, they called them Coromantins. These Coromantins. And then later they called them Coromantin with a C. Okay? So they call them these Gold Coast Negroes. All right, so this is just a little update. All right, so let me do a future update. Let's walk it down for new. I gotta remember there'll be newer people who. So this is an ancient map from the Library of Congress of Negro Land. This is loc.gov. This is the government website. This is the Library of Congress. This ain't no black people. This ain't Keyshawn Jackson's website. So stop it with the foolishness. It's the government. So this is the map of Negro Land, right? And they tell you what it is. Y'all can go there on your own, right? A new and accurate map of Negro Land, all this fictional government crap, the government stuff, right? And this is the map of Negro Land, and where they got a lot of us from America and the Caribbean and stuff, all shipped the world from this coast right here. See the map of West Africa? And right here says the kingdom of Ashanti, or Inta, Ashanti, and the Akani, the Gold Coast. And right here says the kingdom of Judah, or Wida, slave coast. We're going to explain that in a second. So the slave coast and the Gold Coast, you see that right there. Kingdom of Judah, kingdom of Ashanti, right? This kingdom of Judah, Yaada, tribe of Judah, anyone? That's where they get that J-U's word from, right? And these are our ancestors, where they got us from. A lot of us that came over here to America. And all right, so the Gold Coast, this is where the gold mines from. It's why we like gold so much. It's why Unc like gold. Yeah, I like gold. I had gold teeth, gold chains, gold coats, gold clothing. Yasharallah sent me a doggone video where they make gold food. They putting gold in food. Don't y'all eat that gold in food. All right. I probably do a little bit of it on Sunday. Don't eat it. It is not, and they charging a lot of money. They're gonna charge you. You can make a regular biscuit for 59 cents, but they charge you $1,000 to eat a gold biscuit. They putting literal gold in it, and gold is not digestible, so it'll pass right through your system, undigested, into your poop. So now they're gonna have gold poop. That's what the people was writing in the comments. They said soon people gonna be going through people's poop trying to find gold in people's poop. Yeah, these crazy people. Y'all know these crazy people. These other nations over around here. You know we can't buy no gold food. We can't afford it. But they eating gold donuts, or a gold donut that costs you $1,000, and it look gold. It's covered. So I'll show y'all. I'll bring it out. Thank you, Yasharallah, for that craziness video y'all sent me. And thank you, Delarish. All the videos y'all send me, guys, trust me, I see them, and I'll be using them when the Ra give me utterance. But yes, we come from the Gold Coast with the gold mines, right? And up here, Timbuktu, see, gold and ivory and good timber, kingdom of Timbuktu, from whence are bought the gold, the ivory, and the good tin, all right? So, again, just bringing a little update for those who just seeing this study, so that when we go in the book, you have understanding who and what we're talking about. So in this book, Hebrewisms West Africa, they talking about this, the kingdom of Ashanti from the Gold Coast. They call them Gold Coast Negroes. That's what they called us. These Negroes that they picked. Now they sent them to Jamaica. They sent them to America, sent them to the Caribbean, Haiti. So tonight we're going to get to the part where they're speaking on Haiti. Okay? Now remember, look at this. Kingdom of Ashanti, kingdom of Judah, Wida, slave coast. We'll be breaking this down, the Gold Coast. All right. And these Ashanti, they call them Corinthians. Corinthians, that's the transliterated in English. And they were a strong, proud warrior. They were the strongest of all. They said of all the Africans that they were picking up through all these kingdoms from the slave trade. These right here, these Ashanti were the strongest, these warriors. All right. And they were, the highest concentration of them was in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, Jamaica, and America. And someone wrote in the last study that we did, they said, they were correct. In the South, when the American slaves would be too strong, right? When they would be too rebellious, they would ship them up and send them to Jamaica, to the sugar. So the funny thing, whoever wrote that, you were totally correct. The rebellious slaves in the American slave plantations, the warriors, when they couldn't break them, they would ship them up and ship them right to Jamaica. More Ashanti slaves going to the other rebellious Ashanti slaves. So that's why Jamaica was a hotbed of mess, of rebellion, right? And someone else wrote also, I got you, Yasha. Someone else wrote also, is that also where they was doing the buck breaking? Absolutely. Buck breaking was when they were raping the male slaves in front of, to break them down and to put fear into the other Ashanti. That's who was being buck broken, and that's who was being bred in the slave farms. Yes, the biggest, strong, they call them big, strong bucks. It was the Ashanta, right? The Ashanti warriors, all right? From the tribe of Judah, right? Right here, look. See that? Kingdom of Judah. Right? Slave Coast, Gold Coast. Nobody can tell you, no, let this, they can't lie to no more. They can't lie no more. Go ahead, Ayasha.
Yasha is backstage.
Thank you. They can't lie no more. All right. So now, this, I was going to show something. Yeah, that buck breaking is a horrible thing. And they would breed. They would breed. They would breed us. It's funny, I remember when I did the turnaround music video on my channel, that video, the turnaround song, right? When I was first starting to awaken, coming out of Christianity when I came from jail. Shalom Yasha and Ahavaya and family. And we did the music video. For those on my channel, y'all see the turnaround music video, right? I think it's the first video I put on this channel, right? Shalom. Who that, Yana? Shalom, Yana. What you got? What you got, boy? Give me some, Yana. I want some. And Shalom, Anaya, because I know she ain't too far away from from the sidekick, and all the children in the house. All right, so thank you, Diana. So there she goes. Shalom, she getting bigger too. Look at her. She getting bigger. Yeah, so the turnaround, guys, when we shot that music video, it was a big production, right? Because the dude who shot the music video, he's a movie producer. He makes black films. So I was in his movie too. That turnaround is a movie. And Country Wayne was in that movie before y'all knew him as Country Wayne, the famous dude now. He was in the movie with me, right? So I was in this years ago. So in that movie, and I got the title song to the movie, when we were shooting that music video, one of the camera crew, one of the films from the dude's company, he was like, because I had a scene where I had a tank top on. It's in the movie. It's in the video, right? Where I had the tank top on. And when I walked up, literally, it's a black dude. He looked at me and he said, "Oh, this is what did he say? This is a Mandingo." Like he said, this is an Ashanti king. He literally said, I'll never forget this. He said, "Oh, they would have had a field day with you in the slave plantation. You would have been bred. They would have been breeding you." And I looked at him like, what in the world? Like, what? All this just came out from him looking at me because I walked up and he just like, "Oh, this is a Ashanti warrior king. They would have bred your genetics in the, and I'm like, okay, I knew what he was saying, but yeah, y'all Dylan said, pause. I know, right? Pause. Wait, what is happening right now? This is way too much, right? This is TMI if I ever heard it. What is happening? Right? So I'm like, all right, but I understood what he meant because he was cool. He wasn't crazy, but it was just, yeah. And he was an elder. He was less like, and it's because they were really black. You get the blackity blacks. They were in the blackity black, black powered, So Diane said, "No Diddy." That's the new one. It ain't pause. The new one is no Diddy. That's hilarious. No more pause. No Diddy. All right. So, all right. But anyway, I just remember that. Right. I remember that. Right. So anyway. All right. So let's get back. All right. So, okay. So now let's get to the book. So now y'all see the kingdom of Ashanti. So these are the cover. So when we're going to read, so when Yasha is going to help me read, and that's the one right here, Yasha right here on the screen, that's the one who's singing the songs. And that's him shaking his hand right there. He's singing the songs and the music video and all that. That's him that be helping me read. All right, thank you. Sayana said turn down your mic. All right. And Yana's singing the songs too. That's his little son next to him. He's like, I'm singing too. All right, it's good. I turn it down. Let me make sure. Yo. All right, because I might get a little loud. If I get loud again and it start peaking, y'all let me know. Peaking is horrible. Nothing worse than horrible audio. I don't care if my video look horrible, but the audio got to be right. All right. So now that's the kingdom of Ashanti, kingdom of Judah, right? Y'all see it. So we'll come back to it because when we go through the book, there's going to be saying certain things, and I'll show you. So let me go back to the book. This one, I almost clicked the other book. Share this tab instead. All right. So now these, see what it says right here on page 6? Even the children brought from the Gold Coast manifest an evident superiority, both in hardiness of frame and vigor of mind, over all the young people of the same age that are imported from other parts of Africa. All right? So y'all seen it, the Gold Coast of Africa, these are Ashanti. So they call them Karamanti. See, it says, they feel it, and such is the force of habitual barbarity, seemed ashamed of their own weakness. A gentleman of Jamaica visiting a valuable Coromantan Negro that was sick. So this Coromantan, everywhere we see Coromantan, we're going to say Ashanti, because all they did was change the name, right, to transliterating it. So we're going to go to page 7. That's where we left off. And if those who want to catch up, you just go to the last live before this one. I forgot what it was called. The last live. Go to my live streams, not my videos, my live stream tab on our channel. And we started breaking this book down so you could catch up. So Yasha, we're going to start from page 7. It says, who then were these Coromantans? So where it says Coromantans, Yasha is going to insert Ashanti. Because just because they call me African American, don't mean I'm that's because they call me colored. Just because they call me black. Just because they called us Coromantans. Just because they called us, you see, that don't mean that's who we are. All right? These are Ashanti. All right, let's do this too. Let's do this. Let's walk this down correctly. Ashanti. Who are these Ashanti? These are the children in the scriptures from Ashan. So we're gonna go share this tab. This is 1 Chronicles 1 and 6. Where are my scripts? 1 Chronicles 1, 1 and 6. And where is it? 1 and 6. Oh, it's under the page. I'm like, where my script at? 1 Chronicles 6. 1 Chronicles 6, sorry. It's not 1 and 6. It's 1 Chronicles 6. And when you scroll down to 59, and it says, the territory for the Levites. So these Ashan, these are the Ashan, this is where the Ashanti come from. These Ashan, they actually come from the tribe of Judah, as y'all seen on the map. The kingdom of Ashanti and you see the kingdom of Judah right there. They were first given to Judah, right? So let me do it this way first. Let me go to Joshua first. Share this tab. Let's do it that way. Joshua 15. Let's do it the correct way. Joshua 15 and 42. All right, so see what it says? The cities of Judah. So Joshua 15 and 20 says, this is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Judah according to their families. So this is Judah's inheritance, right? So Judah's inheritance according to the tribes of their families, right? And when you scroll down to 42, it says Libnah and Ether and Ashan. Okay? So the cities given to the tribe of Judah, to the children of Judah according to their families. So these are children. So Ashan is a part of the tribe of Judah, children of Judah, Ya'ada. Okay? And 42, these are one of the cities given to Judah. Ashan. See that? So this is where these Ashanti come from. Okay? But now when you go to Joshua, we're going to go to Joshua 19 and 7. I'm going to put it on the screen. 19. Share this tab instead. Right? And 7, you see they gave some of it to Simeon, Simeon's territory, right? And it says, and the second lot came forth to Simeon. These are of the 12 tribes of Yasharal from Jacob, Yaakov, Yasharal. The Most High changed Jacob's name to Israel, right? Yasharal. These are the Israelites, the 12 tribes of Israel. Simeon, Judah, Reuben, Zebulun, Gad, right? Dan, Naphtali. Okay, these are the 12 tribes where we descend from. All right. Now, most of us in America and in the Caribbean descend from Judah. We descend from Judah. All right, and now we having the proof of the slave records and stuff. They got a lot of us from the kingdom of Judah in the west coast of Africa. Now, in Joshua 19, so in Joshua 15 and 42, it was given to Judah, but in Joshua 19, some of it was given to Simeon. It says, and the second lot came forth to Simeon, even for the tribe of the children of Simeon, according to their families and their inheritance, was within the inheritance of the children of Judah. So y'all see that? So some of Simeon, so it says, and the second lot came forth. So Simeon got another allotment. He got his first allotment. Simeon got his territory before, his first allotment, but then he got another allotment. And this second allotment was their inheritance was within the inheritance of Judah. So Simeon is sharing Ashan. All right, now y'all learning some history, guys. Listen clearly. So that means the Ashanti now will consist of Judah and Simeon. Now, for those who know Simeon was a hot mess. Judah was too. Simeon, and I think it was Simeon and Levi, they were a mess together when they were young. So we'll go through that. I'll probably do a live for y'all, because we usually go through the good stuff on our Tuesday Bible study. Oh, we go in. Guys, y'all learn the history here, but our Tuesday Zoom Bible study, that's where the fruit is. But I might do that one live for y'all, breaking down, going back to the original, what Simeon and Levi, those were the two bad boys. They were a hot mess. They were hot-headed. They were gang. They were gangster. They were the two little brothers that you like, all right, watch Simeon and Judah, because you know they've been beat up a whole city. Them two were a mess. All right. So this says, now Simeon was given a new allotment within the inheritance of Judah. So that means the Ashan territory will not only be Judah, it will be Simeon mixed in too. All right. Now we're going to go, I'm doing this correctly. Now we're going to go to 1 Corinthians 6 and 59. So I'm going to go here, share this tab instead. Now, 1 Corinthians 6 says, now the territory for the Levites. And it says, now these are the dwelling places throughout their castles in their coasts of the sons of Aaron. This is Moses' brother. They're Levite, the tribe of Levi, right? These black people, sorry. Sorry. They blacker than black. Moses looked like that Egyptian. These is tribal people. I miss us. Of the sons of Aaron, of the families of the Kohathites, for theirs was the lot. And they gave them Hebron in the land of Judah. So now the territory given to the Levites, they're given some of Judah's land as well, the tribe of Judah. Hebron in the land of Judah, and the suburbs thereof round about it. That's where y'all get cities and suburbs from, guys, if y'all didn't know. All this come from our ancestors. All right? But the fields of the city and the villages thereof they gave to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. And to the sons of Aaron they gave the cities of Judah, okay, namely Hebron, which was the city of refuge, and Libnah with her suburbs, and Jetur and Eshtoma with her suburbs, and Helon with her suburbs, Debir with her suburbs, and Ashan with her suburbs. Okay, So now, Ashan was given to Levi, some of Judah's land of Ashan, and to Simeon. So that means, proper breakdown of scripture means, these Ashanti kingdom are from the tribe of Judah, Simeon, and Levi. These Ashanti, who we about to read about and who we read about last week, over here in the kingdom of Judah in the west coast of Africa. Now, in another study, we'll explain how they got to Negro land. We'll explain how they got there, because they ain't from there. We'll explain how they established this kingdom there, the slave coast and the Gold Coast. We'll do that in a whole nother lesson and study. All right, so now y'all understand that the Ashanti consists of Simeon, Judah, and Levi. All right, in this land. Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah, for me doing that correctly. Now let's go back to the book. Share this tab instead. All right, so I'm going to make it a little bigger for the people at home. I'm going to make hold on, let me make it bigger on the screen so y'all can read it even clearer. All right, let me try to see if that's better for y'all. Oh, I can make it even bigger. Well, I can't see how to make it bigger without, oh man. All right, so let me do it this way. There we go. And then move this over so I can make it bigger and I can see what y'all seeing. All right, make it a little bigger, even bigger, even bigger. Oh, that's too big. Right there. All right, now that's better for y'all. Yes. So Sabayah said Ashanti means sons of Ashan. Yes, son of Ashan. All right. So now, and a lot of us come from this tribe. Almost all of us in the Caribbean and America come from this tribe. We just didn't know it. All right. Tribe of Judah. These are Ashan. All right. Now, all right. So let me move this over for me so it can be easier for me to read, because I got it. I made it big for y'all. All right, there we go. All right, Yasha. We're going to start on page 7. And it says, who then were these Corinthians? So everywhere it says Corinthians, we're going to say Ashanti. Yasha is going to read Ashanti. All right. And over here on the sideline, it says dominant influence in Jamaica. All right. Let's go, Yasha.
Who then were these Ashanti, who, as a matter of fact, maintained a commanding influence over all the other types of slaves, even imposing on them their own peculiar superstitions and religious practices, and who have left their impress on the general population of the island to such an extent that they may undoubtedly be declared the dominant influence in evolving our Jamaican peasant of the present day.
All right. So pause. I'm going to give y'all some foundation. As we're going to read in there, our ancestors, now it's going to tie into the other lessons of Negro land, the tribe of Judah. They were worshiping the serpent. That's why you see the title. It says Haiti, Ashanti, gods, and it got a serpent, and then it got a voodoo doll. All right? So we're going to find out tonight, which we did in the other book, but now everything is tying together. So Yah has us, the Most High Father, Yah has us going through the history, and it's tying all the pieces together. All right? So yes, a lot of us came from these Ashanti. But they were worshiping the serpent. They had other superstitions. You see what it says? It says, who were these Ashanti, who, as a matter of fact, maintained a commanding influence over all the other slaves, even imposing on them, the other slaves, their own peculiar superstition and religious practices. Our ancestors was doing sorcery, witchcraft, here it come, voodoo, serpent worship. It's all going to tie together in a second. All right. and they imposed these religious practices on the other slaves because the Ashanti was the big dogs. I already know I come from them because I was always aggressive, dominant, and the characteristics were powerful, strong, moral, aggressive, dominant, clean. Oh, y'all gonna get to this cleanliness. All these characteristics. I'm like, that's like describing me and my sin because I was the cleanest, smartest thug, but was dominant in my sin, just as and imposing. I was teaching. I teaching everybody. You don't believe in no God. Don't know God exists. Don't know higher than you exist. I was changing lives, even in my sin. Now I'm changing lives in my righteousness and my correctness. But that I guess Ashanti blood, that thing is a dominant characteristic and a trait in the DNA. You know them by the fruit. That's how you're gonna know who you are, by the fruit. Okay? So it says we're gonna show tonight what they were practicing and how a lot of these practices came in to America and the Caribbean and stuff. Our ancestors, the crazy Negro land ancestors brought all that stuff in. All right. So now this one's going to say the origin of the Coromentans, the Ashanti. All right, go ahead, Yasha. The term Coromentan or Ashanti.
The term, oh, there's stuff in the way. The term Ashanti, or what's that? What does it say behind the? I see the lion head in the way.
I know. Hold on. Let me see if I can make it. Can I move it over for you? I probably got to make it a little smaller. Sorry, guys at home. Oh, that was bigger. There we go. So let me move it over for me. Oh, now it won't let me move it. All right, there we go. That's better, Yasha?
Yes.
Okay.
So should I read this part as it is?
Yeah. This is how so now they're showing you how they got this term Coromantine with a K and all this from Ashanti. Go ahead.
Okay. The term Coromantine, or as we frequently find it, Coromantine spelled with a C, was not the name of any particular race or tribe. Strictly speaking, it was applied in general to those slaves who were brought from the Gold Coast in West Africa and who measured up to a certain standard or quality. Its derivation can only be conjectured with more or less plausibility. Captain Rattray, while describing the great oath of the Ashanti, whereby they appeal for justice directly to the paramount chief, possibly throws some light on the subject. This solemn oath was taken merely by uttering the words Memeneda Coromanti or Memeneda Ashanti. That is literally Ashanti Saturday. And the real import of the words was this: if the king or paramount chief did not render justice to the one who was making the appeal, might the same evil befall the people as had happened at Ashanti on a Saturday.
All right, pause. So now it says this term Coromantine, or as we frequently find it, Coromantine spelled with a C, was not the name of any particular race or tribe. So it was not the name. See, they tell you right there. There's no Coromantine. That wasn't the name of no race or tribe. And it says, strictly speaking, this term Coromantine was applied in general to any of these slaves who were bought from the Gold Coast, what I showed you on the screen. The Gold Coast with the Ashanti Kingdom and the Akani, right? The Akan, right? It says, and who measured, so anyone who came from the Gold Coast onto these slave ships and who measured up to a certain standard or quality. So if they had the attributes of these strong, wise, smart, stubborn, warrior-like, and they had these qualities, they called them Coromantans. And its derivation could only be conjectured with more or less plausibility. So it says the amount of it being applied to them was like plausible. It just whoever it fitted from the Gold Coast who had those, that's who they said it was. They were Coromantic. All right. Captain Rattray, what a name. Rattray. Captain Rattray. That what a name. Captain Rattray, when he described the great oath of the Ashanti. So now he's describing these Ashanti that came from the Gold Coast, this captain of the slave ship. He said, when the Ashanti appeal for justice to their chief of their tribe. So he's watching these Ashanti on this plantation and on the slave ship and how they move. And they documenting it. And he says, whenever the Ashantis of the tribe, whenever he see these Coromantans, he said, whenever they want justice and they go to their paramount chief, he says, they make a solemn oath. And the oath that they took was just them uttering the words, Memanita Karamanti. So that's probably an African saying, right? Memanita Karamanti, it's an oath. And it says, and it literally means Karamanti Saturday. So it's interesting that it says Saturday because that's the Sabbath, right? So I'm like, now remember, these are Judah, all right? You're going to see some other customs, right? And it says, and the real import of the words was this. So what this means, he said, what they meant by this was, in the Ashanti oath, this Karamanti Saturday, it says, if the king or the paramount chief of the tribe, this Ashanti tribe, did not render justice to the one who was making the appeal. Now, if this chief didn't do right by rendering justice, the same evil shall befall the people as had happened at Karamanti on a Saturday. So that means something happened at this place, I guess, called Karamanti or whatever, on a Sabbath day in the Ashanti history that must have been really bad. Some real evil. Yeah, that is voodoo, Yak Dylan. So y'all gonna see this gonna get good in a second, right? So it says that evil will befall them. And it says, thus the oath was in reality a conditional curse. So they cursed it, right? All right? So it's a curse. It says the author then goes on to state that it was at a place called Karamanti. So that was a place probably in the Gold Coast, in our ancestors' land, right? And it was at a place that was called Karamanti that Asai Panin of Kumasi was defeated and slain. Okay, that's what happened. So this Asai, whoever he was, of Panin of Kumasi was defeated and slain, or I guess on the Sabbath, on that Saturday in Karamanti. This calamity was considered so terrible that even the name came to be described and became known simply as Natam Kisi, meaning the great oath. So they would speak that. All right, so a great calamity happened there. So this one's titled The Ashanti Defeat at Karamanti. All right. Yasha, all right, so this might be what happened, how they got this name of this oath. Yep, this is it. All right, so we're going to find out what happened in this oath. And it's going to get really good in a second. We walking this down. So we got some things to bring out. All right. So, Yasha, could you read this? Lieutenant Colonel Ellis.
Lieutenant Colonel Ellis, formerly of the lately disbanded West India Regiment, who spent many years upon the Gold Coast, thus refers to this incident which took place in a war between the Ashanti and the Akims, as Osai Tuto was on his way to join this army with a small escort. He and his followers were suddenly attacked by a strong body of the enemy, which, lying in ambush, fell upon them as they were crossing the Pra. the king was wounded in the side at the first fire, but he threw himself out of his hammock and was rallying his men when a second volley was discharged, and he fell dead upon his face in the river. The brother of Asai Tuto shortly after crushed the Akims and completely obliterated the town of Coromantee, or as Ellis calls it, Acromanti, where the party of the Akims who had slain Osai Tuto was halted on the night previous to their attack, every living creature found in it being put to death, and every house razed to the ground. As the main supply of slaves, especially at the start, was drawn from the prisoners taken in endless tribal wars, it is just barely possible that the few captives taken at Coromantee may as well. Would that be Ashan?
Mhm. Yeah, well, yeah, no, they talking about that
The
this is a
place. The
place.
place.
Yeah,
Okay. All
yeah.
right. Just asking. The few captives taken at Coromantee may well have been the first of a type that was henceforth to be classified as Ashanti.
There we go. As Coromantee. Uh-huh.
Yes.
So
Then,
it's the first place, these first ones is where they start calling these Ashanti Coromantee.
okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Then again, the great oath or curse might itself indicate a like origin of this particular class of slaves, as we shall see shortly. For aside from the prisoners of war, it was no uncommon thing for the native tribes to sell into bondage debtors and criminals generally.
All right, pause. So now what they were saying was what this saying, he's saying when this transatlantic slave trade first happened, they were saying a main supply of the slaves was drawn from the prisoners taken in the endless tribal wars. So they were selling their slaves. So the wars in the tribes in the Gold Coast and the Slave Coast in the west coast of Africa, when the transatlantic slave trade, when the Europeans come, they were selling their slaves that they had from their tribal wars. It is said it is just barely possible that a few of the captives taken at this place called Coromantee may have been the first of a type that was henceforth to be classified as Coromantee. So he's showing you this is where they get this word Coromantee from, right? Because it was a place called Coromantee, and then this huge tribal war that happened, and so they started naming these people after this place. So they made this up. All right. So now let me see, because I'm gonna go somewhere else. Mungo Park into the heart of West Coast is a case of the second states of all the offenses as always be called, which the laws of let me go. All right. So, all right, because I'm going somewhere because we got other stuff to go through. The slave is for a homesick people's country, however, insufficient purpose explanation. The Gold Coast Negroes are termed. All right, Yasha, you can read that. Read 9. In any case, sufficient for our present purpose.
In any case, sufficient for our present purpose is the explanation of Ellis when he writes, the Gold Coast Negroes are termed Coromantees or Ashantis or Coromantins or Ashantis.
Well, he's saying their term. Well, he said
Yeah.
no. You can read it like that because he's saying they. It's basically saying the Gold Coast Ashanti are termed Coromantee or Coromantins. So they named them from Ashanti. Now you're calling them Coromantes or Coromantins. And it says in the jargon of the slave traders. So what it's saying is it's the slave traders who in their trying to transliterate, call them, they start changing the name of calling them Ashanti to Coromantee or Coromantines, and then with a C. All right, go ahead. Start again. The Gold Coast Negroes are termed.
The Gold Coast Negroes are termed Coromantees or Coromantins in the jargon of the slave traders, this name being a corruption of the Coromantine or Coromantine, whence the English had first exported slaves. They were distinguished from all other slaves by their courage, firmness, and impatience of control, characteristics which caused numerous mutinies on board the slavers and several rebellions in the West Indies. In fact, every rebellion of slaves in Jamaica originated with and was generally confined to the Coromantes, and their independence of character became so generally recognized that at one time the legislature of Jamaica proposed that a bill should be brought in for laying an additional duty upon the Fantin, Akin, and Ashanti Negroes, and all others commonly called Coromantes, that
Now
should be
pause.
imported.
Pause. So, and yes, when they said they called them acromantin, that's literally where they get that necromancy. You're right, Dylan and my y'all. I saw the same thing. As soon as I seen they said they acromantin, I'm like necromantin because they was doing that type of stuff too. All right. So now it says, now they were distinguished from all other slaves by their courage, firmness, impatience of control, right? Characteristics was called numerous mutinies, the rebellions in the West Indies. The rebellion slaves' origin went defined to the Coromantes, their independent character that they got recognized, that they made a bill in Jamaica that they ain't bringing, like they should, that proposed that a bill should be brought in for laying any additional duty. So they was like the Fon, the Akans, and the Ashanti. They all right there in that kingdom of Ashanti, and on the map what we showed, right? And right, so they said these Negroes, these Fon, Akan, and Ashanti Negroes, and it says commonly called Coromanti. So they grouped all of them up. We just call them Coromanti, right? Because they got this oath that they speak. That's where they got it, this oath, Coromantan oath, from this slaughter that happened in one of the tribal wars. It says that they should be imported, and all others commonly that they should be imported. The superior physique of the Gold Coast Negroes, however, rendered them very valuable as laborers. And the bill met with so much opposition that it was withdrawn, and notwithstanding their dangerous character, large numbers continued to be introduced to the island of Jamaica. All right, so we read some of that before. And yeah, we read before where the Spanish and the French were like, we good. We don't want none of them here. So they mostly got shipped to Jamaica and America. All right. Now, it says, while the derivation of the term would include both the Fon and the Akin, the Ox, with the Ashanti, it says the real Coromantan type was preeminently in Ashanti. So it says, yes, they took the term and they called some of the Fon and some of the Akin, this Coromantan, mean this word of this strong, militant Ashanti warrior type. It said, but really, it was preeminently just the Ashanti. All right? They're separate from the Fons and Akan, the Akin, right? It says, moreover, in connection with the fearless independence and uncompromising spirit of the Gold Coast Negro, whether we call him Ashanti or we call him Coromantan, it is well to remember that the Maroons of the Jamaica Mountains, who wrote their own chapter of daring in the history of the Jamaican island, were for the most part recruited, at least as regards to their leaders, from the same group of Ashanti. All right, these Maroons in the mountains of Jamaica. All right, so then it says, Sir William Butler, who arrived on the Gold Coast to take part in the Ashanti campaign in October 1873. That means Sir William Butler arrived on the Gold Coast to enslave this Ashanti campaign, enslave these Ashanti. He said in 1873, he wrote an autobiography. And he said in his autobiography, Yasha, could you read that? This coast.
Yes. This coast has been for 200 and more years the greatest slave preserve in the world. All those castles dotted along the surf-beaten shore at 10 or 12-mile intervals were the prisons where in the days of the slave trade, millions of wretched Negroes had been immersed, waiting the arrival of slave ships from Bristol or Liverpool to load the human cargo for West Indian or American ports.
Pause. All right, now listen clearly. These are the enslavers telling you their history. This ain't no black people. These are them who did it telling you what happened. He said this coast, meaning the Gold Coast, what I showed y'all, the Gold Coast, he said, matter of fact, let's do it right here because I can do it easily. See this? Gold Coast, right there. See that? Kingdom of Ashanti. See that? Slave coast, Kingdom of Judah. This coast, that's what he's talking about, right here. Negro land. It's the Library of Congress. West coast of Africa. Now he said over here, they're coming from here. The tribes along here. The coastal, the water where the slave ships come in at. Then they got to go into the interior to come across from over here to here. They come in to get these Negroes. These are the strong ones. The bucks. The kingdom of Ashanti, kingdom of Judah. They come in to get these Negroes. They found out these are the strong ones. Spain and France said, I'm good. Give us these Negroes over here. Give us these Negroes over here. Give us these Negroes over here. You can get them from Benin. Get them from Gaboo. Get them from up here in Timbuktu, Gago. Give us the ones over here on the coast. Give us the Mandingo. We'll take the Mandingo. See, they made us think the Mandingo was the strong warriors. See, this is how they fool us, right? We watch Roots and Kuta Kinte and stuff. So let me show y'all where the Mandingo at. There they go up here. See, they on the coast. What y'all didn't realize, they used the Mandingo to come catch us. But they taught us, and y'all know that, what's his name? The dude who wrote Roots, Alex Haley, y'all know that he made all that stuff up, right? So they had us believing, we Mandingo. They used the Mandingo to come get us. No, they weren't the strong ones. That's talking Mandingo warriors. Nah. The Ashanti warriors. All right? So they telling you. All right, so now I just showed you what he's talking about. Now let's go back. Uh-oh. Oh, that's the wrong thing. All right. That's coming up in a little while. That's the wrong tab. All right. So now he said, this coast, that Gold Coast I just showed. Oh, share this tab instead. He said, this coast, that Gold Coast that I just showed y'all, has been for 200 years and more. Now, this is 1873. So he said from 1600, 200 and more years, the greatest slave preserve in the world. So they getting them. So most of us in the Caribbean and America come from this Gold Coast. These Ashanti Judeans. Remember, Ashan was the tribe of Judah. And then Simeon and Levi from the scripture. Now, it says, all those castles dotted along the surf-beaten shore. Here we go. Let me show you what he's talking about right here. Good job, Unc. Let's walk this down. So he said, all those castles. Let's move this over. See this, the shore, the surf-beaten shore. This is the Atlantic Ocean. So the surf-beaten shore, look, let me show y'all. See that? Atlantic Ocean. So they're coming. The slave master ships are coming. The surf-beaten shore. These castles, slave quarters, slave castles, dotted the shore. And they built these castles as slave quarters to hold our ancestors that they got from here. Gold Coast, Slave Coast. Kingdom of Judah or Rita. Kingdom of Ashanti, Akan. See? Fan. All right? Now, and the Fan one is over here, right here. The Ivory Coast. See that? Fanba. The Fan. The Gold, the Tooth Coast, the Ivory Coast, the Gold Coast, the Slave Coast. Ashanti. You're learning history. Listen clearly. Now, along the slave coast, they had castles. There's ports. Those castles are still there. They're barren. I got it in my Shema music video where that African man showed. He said in the Shema, that music video, that part where the African said, these are the slave castles where our ancestors were slaved as they waited for the ships to come. Now I'm showing y'all what he's talking about. So all these castles were along here where they took our ancestors from here and they had to wait for the slave ships to come get them, to send them. He's going to tell you where he's sending them to. All right? Caribbean and America. All right, now look, it says, this coast has been, hold on, share this tab instead. It says, this coast has been for 200 and more years the greatest slave preserve in the world. All those castles dotted along the surf-beaten shore at 10 or 12 miles intervals were the prisons where in the days of this transatlantic slave trade, millions of wretched Negroes, our ancestors from slave coast, from Judah, Ashanti, from the ones y'all just seen, the Fan, the Akim, the Akan, the Ashanti, and Waitas. All right? We're going to get there in a second. It says, had been immured, waiting the arrival of slave ships coming from Bristol or Liverpool. It was coming from a lot of different places too. It was coming from Spain, France, Britain, and that other place. I forgot. That king was the worst one of them all. I forgot what that's called now. To load the human cargo for the West Indian or American ports. So for all of the Jamaicans and the Caribbeans, I understand y'all Ashanti, so I get it. Got all that pride. Me not black man, me Jamaican. Me not. This one blew my mind. We are the same people. We come from the same tribe. But they didn't send us to this land and we identified with this land. And now you're making yourself Jamaican and make yourself different when we actually come from the same bloodline. Same people. They told you where they got them from. And they told you where they shipped them from. Shipped some in the West Indies, shipped some in America. Same people. Same tribes. That part. Facts. Yeah, King Leopold. That's what I was talking about, Maya. Thank you. Yeah, and what's the land that Leopold come from? What do they call that? It start with a B, I think. Where he's the king over. Can't think of it. That's why I couldn't think of it. Yeah, Leopold. Leopold is the nastiest of them all. Wait till we break down Leopold. Somebody write that land that he's the king over. I can't remember. All right, so anyway. So now it says for all the castles which were no, not the Congo. No, where they come from. Well, he went to the Congo. That's where Belgium. Thank you, Wyatt. Yeah. Now he went to the Congo. That's where he really did his damage at in the Congo. So you're right, Larry. Yeah. But no, the Belgium. That's what I was looking for. That's where they come from. King of Belgium. Belgium was the worst one of them all. The Leopold was the worst of them all. They be worrying about these other nations. No, that's okay, Larry. That's where he went. His stronghold was in the Congo. He did the most damage in the Congo. Facts. And took over all the gold mines and the copper and all the mines and all that. But anyway, so now it says, all the castles dotted along the surf-beaten shore at 10 or 12 miles intervals. So these castles went on for 10, 12 miles deep and long on the coast, right? Now it says it was the slave ships, millions of our ancestors from the Gold Coast and Judah, Wa'ida, had been waiting the arrival of slave ships imprisoned in these castles, right? To be sent to West Indian or American ports. Yasha, could you read? It would not be too much to say.
It would not be too much to say that from each of these prison castles to some West Indian port, a cable of slave skeletons must be lying at the bottom of the ocean. In that terrible trade, the protected tribes of the coast were the prime brokers. They brought from the black interior kingdoms of Dahomey and Ashanti, and they sold to the white merchant traders of Europe. Slaves, rum, and gunpowder were the chief items in the bills of lading. The gunpowder went to the interior, the rum was drunk on the coast, the slaves, or those who survived among them, went to America.
Pause.
If-
Pause. Y'all getting some serious history. Listen clearly what he's saying. Listen clearly. He said, a cable, he said, it would not be too much to say that from each of these prison castles on the shore, that all the way to some West Indian port, or America, because you see it said America too, a cable of slave skeletons must be lying at the bottom of the ocean. All along, that's when I did the video when I showed they got that art exhibit in the ocean where they got those slaves chained, right? Shalom Ayabayam. It says that there must be a cable of slave skeletons lying at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean in that terrible slave trade. Here we go. Y'all listen to this. The protected tribes of the coast were the prime brokers. What that means is this, right here. Share this tab instead. This is the coast. This is where those castles was built to hold our ancestors as the slave ships came. They said for 10 to 12 miles deep and in, the protected tribes of this coast, they were the brokers. Here we go. Listen, these tribes right here on the Grain Coast, Sierra Leone, all these names. Look, the Mandingo is up here too. See that? Protected tribes. Kingdom of Meli, Songo, the capital of Mandinga, Margarita. These tribes were protected. They were the ones who went and got us because the Europeans couldn't go into the interior because they would have got slaughtered by our ancestors. So the protected tribes along the coast brokered the deal with the enslavers to come into the interior and catch our ancestors here. And they told you for 200 and more years from the 1600s, he wrote that almost 100% of them came from here. Kingdom of Ashanti, Kingdom of Judah, Gold Coast, Slave Coast. Real history. They came. Yes, they try to spout African. So look, they came and they protected the tribes and they broke it and they came in and got us. And they marched us back and held us in the castles along here while they went and got more and more. For hundreds of years, us against us. Facts. You hear? They couldn't have got us no other way. Okay? All right. Let's go back. Let's go back. So he said, the protected tribes of the coast, they were the prime brokers. they brought back from the black interior kingdoms of Dahomey and Ashanti. Dahomey. And they sold to the white merchant traders of Europe slaves. For the slaves, for what the brokers did, they got rum and gunpowder were their chief items of the bills of lading, of trading. For them to find our Ashanti ancestors from Judah and bring them and sell them to the Europeans, they got gunpowder and rum was some of the chief items that they really wanted. The gunpowder went to the interior. So the gunpowder that those brokers, the Mandingo and all the rest of them, to catch us, they sent the gunpowder to their other tribes off the coast into the interior. But the rum, they got drunk. they drunk that on the coast. The brokers. So they was having a party on the coast as they were selling our ancestors. Right? Now, it says the gunpowder went to the interior. The rum was drunk on the coast. The slaves, or those who survived among them, went to America. So those who survived got shipped to America and the West Indian ports. So all you West Indian Caribbeans, I know y'all love, your lands. Me Jamaican, me Mohammedanian, me this and me that. We all came from the same. The slave ship just dropped us off in different places. All right. Now, some of us came from little different tribes within the region of the Gold Coast and the Slave Coast. We're about to find out where a lot of the Haitians come from. This is the title of the video tonight. All right, I'm walking it down. So now it says the gunpowder went to the interior. The rum was drunk on the coast. The slaves, or those who actually survived among them, went to America. If 2 in 10 of our ancestors lived through the horrors of the middle passage of the transatlantic slave trade, then that was a payoff. This would indicate, first of all, that the Coromantee, the Ashanti, was not a native of the coast. So it would indicate that these Ashanti, these Coromantee, were not coastal tribes, but was brought forth from the interior. We weren't Mandingo. Foolish. All right? And these other tribes. It says was brought forth from the interior. Now, some of us here was Mandingo, some of the sellouts. They probably, no disrespect to any Mandingos in these other coastal tribes, but they probably the ones that turned into Sambos over here. Sold us out while they was even here. What they call them, house eggers. The Ashanti and them was the field eggers, the Gold Coast tribe of Judah. You heard? The rebellion, they're the one who sold us out. You heard? When what's his name? The dude, the big rebellion, Nat Turner and them, and John Brown, the white dude. Shout out to John Brown, the white man. Him and his sons that staged the biggest rebellion. Now I know John Brown teamed up with the Ashanti and guess who sold them out? Sambo, one of them coastal Negroes. They're probably still selling us out to this day. All right, it's in their DNA. But in the Ashans, the tribe of Judah, their DNA is not a sellout. Now they were in their sin. We're gonna find out. They're going into slavery and stuff because they're not doing according to the Father. But they still had a level of morality and all things that they weren't sellouts. All right? So now, yes, they showed a bit in the woman king, the Dahomey tribe. Yes. Now listen clearly. It says, if 10 of them lived through these horrors of this middle passage, then there was a payoff. This would indicate, first of all, that these Coromantans, they called these Ashanti, were not native of this coastal. They weren't these coastal Negroes, but was brought forth from the interior. And secondly, directly indicates that the Ashanti was the source of the supply of the slaves sent to the Caribbean and America. All right. This theory that the Coromantee and Ashanti at least regards their leading spirits were in reality Ashanti. It says, this theory that the Coromantans at least regards their leading spirits were in reality, these Coromantans were Ashanti, and is strongly supported by the folklore and present-day customs of the Jamaican bush. Here we go. Now we're getting into it. In 1800s and early 1900s, when this book was written, the Jamaican bush people, that's the people in the Rastas be in the bush now. So that's where the Rastas, these are tribe of Judah and all that, right? Rastafari, right? They in the bush living off the land and stuff, right? It says, this is strongly supported by the folklore tales and the present day customs, that's in the 1800s, of the customs of the Jamaicans in the bush, even Obeah, as it is practiced in the interior of the island of Jamaica. Obeah is a religious practice with its cognate branches of Dupimism and Mayaism. Is directly, go ahead.
Sorry, the word is Obeah.
Obeah,
and Duppyism.
Duppyism. It's okay, because you're Jamaican, so he's helping out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So how you say Obeah? Obeah?
Obeah.
Obeah. Right. Obeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, just like that. Yeah. Obeah.
Right.
And Duppyism.
Yes. And it's going to get further. We about to get there. Right? All right. And Duppyism. So that's where we get that Duppy. I heard that. That's a Jamaican word. I heard that Duppy. All right. So now this is a present Jamaican practice. This ain't of Yah. This is our ancestors doing witchcraft and stuff, right? All right, you're going to see. So it says, as it is practiced in the interior of the island of Jamaica with its cognate branches of Duppyism and Mayaism, is directly traceable to the superstitions and practices of the Ashanti in West Africa. Yeah, necromancy is included. All right. So now we're going to read some of the footnotes. Yasha, we're going to start with this footnote up here. All right, so the footnotes, these are books. So this book says Ellis History of the Gold Coast, page 90. Harry H. Johnson got a book called A History of the Colonization of Africa by Alien Races, Cambridge, 1913. And Commander This is page 124. And it reads, well, this one is Commander Bedford Pim Arian on February 1st, 1866. Commander Bedford read a paper note, I'll just read it, before the Anthropological Society of London on the Negro and Jamaica in connection with the then recent rebellion in the island in the course of the discussion which followed. So there's a rebellion in the Jamaica island, and Mr. Harris, speaking from personal observation, said in reference to the Maroons of Sierra Leone who had been transported from Jamaica by way of Halifax. All right? So they transported from Jamaica these Maroons, which were in the bush, back to Africa, to Sierra Leone. They're getting them out of there, right? It says the Maroons are principally descendants of the Gold Coast tribes, Ashanti, and still retain amongst them the same religious superstitions, customs, and common names. As for instance, the name of their children after the days of the week upon which they were born, such as Kwame, Monday. They were naming their children according to the days of the week they were born. And the son of Quaco, Thursday, each day being denoted by the masculine and feminine gender. They boast of being directly descended or having been concerned in the Jamaica Rebellion at the end of the 18th century as partisans of King Cujo, their leader. And that's from So Bedford Pym, the Negro in Jamaica, London, 1866. All right. So now let's get back to, because we're gonna read some of the footnotes because they get some stuff in there, and we getting to Haiti in a second. So we're walking this down. All right. So the coast has been for 200 more. Okay, we read that. All right. So the Duppias of Maya. All right. So even the Obeah. Now, Obeah. If I say it wrong, it don't matter. Obeah, y'all know what I mean. Obeah, because I guess it's my dialect from New York. I'll be like Obeah when I see that EAH. So Obeah, as is practiced in the interior of the Jamaican island with its cognitive branches of Duppiism and Mayalism, is directly traceable to the superstitions and practices of the Ashanti in West Africa. So in the bush, they found out. So, Yasha, could you read? Let me read. Nubil Niles Puckett. It is true, shows that much of the Negro folklore of the southern states, all right, so now they just talked about the folklore of the Duppies and the Obeahs of the bush people in Jamaica, and now they're saying the Negro folklore, they was talking about their folklore and their superstitions and religious practices that they were doing in the bush, right? Now this is different. It wasn't voodooism. We're about to go there in a second. It's different. Now it says now it's going to the Americas in the southern states, in the slaves, in the southern states of America. It says Nubil Niles Puckett said it is true, shows that much of the Negro folklore in the southern states is due to a European origin. From master to slave, we are told the stories passed on, only to be preserved by the latter, the slave, long after they have been forgotten by the whites. It is further stated concerning the folk beliefs of the American Negro. Purely local African folklore will be apt to die out since its devotees in America were too few in number and too scattered to provide the constant repetition necessary to remember these religious practices of the Ashanti, of the Gold Coast. Yeah, we're going to get there. Watch this, Sakiyama. They're going to break this down, right? Of the practices. It said only African beliefs of a universal nature that was well spread would likely survive unless perchance many of the slaves on this plantation were from the same African locality, right? From Ashanti or whatever, grouped together on a single plantation, then their customs could be spread. The last condition was truly verified in Jamaica. So in Jamaica, most of them were all from Ashanti. They were all from a tribe. So their customs were strong in the bush. They were like they came straight from the Gold Coast right to Jamaica and continued their practices, their Karamanti practice stuff. It says the troublemaking Karamantians, all right, with the Ashanti as their leading spirits, while excluded from most other slave marts in Jamaica, were in great demand in Jamaica. Thus, to give but a single example, Messages Couples, one of the leading slave dealers in Kingston, Jamaica, he reported having imported and sold 10,380 slaves from November 1782 to January 1788, and that of this number, no less than 5,000 of them were from the Gold Coast, that is Ashanti. Though the folklore of the people where many times trace its origin as well as its contacts with other peoples, the Jamaica, and I don't know how to say that word, Anansi, I'm probably saying it wrong, Anansi, the Jamaica Anansi
No, that's
tales.
That's fine, Anansi.
Okay, the Jamaica Anansi tales, as has been shown elsewhere, are clearly of Ashanti origin. They resemble in many, here we go, the Brer Rabbit stories that we had in America. Brer Rabbit, for those who know in the South, or of Uncle Remus, the stories that we had in America, that are in one form or another common to all the tribes of Africa. So this Brer Rabbit stories, for those who don't know about it, I know about it because I know about African American history. I know about the Brer Rabbit in the bush, the thorn bush and stuff, and Uncle Remus stories. And they're saying they are the same stories of these Jamaica Anansi stories, these folklore tales. However, as the name implies, in the Jamaica folklore, it is called the spider. It is the spider and not the rabbit or the hare that forms the central figure. And here we have a strong indication of the source of these stories, as the Ashanti word for spider is Anansi. Anans, I guess, or Ananse. So in the Jamaican folklore stories, it is a spider that is the central figure. But in America, it was the rabbit or the hare, Brer Rabbit, in our stories, but it's the same story, and it comes from the Ashanti. While the term is used in folklore of the Gold Coast today under a slightly different form, Anansi. So today, in today of them 18, when they wrote this in 1930s, in the Gold Coast today, it is called Anansi. We find that the spider's son is called Kwiku Sin, while among the Ashanti themselves, the name is Netkuma. It is mere coincidence that the same individual is styled Takuma in the Jamaican bush. All right. And that's from Nubel Niles Puckett, his book, Folk Beliefs of the Southern Negro, London, 1926. All right. Incidentally, the Ashanti have a proverb, and their proverb is called "No one tells stories to Nick Takuma." Now, the Captain Rattray of the slave ship, he explained this meaning, and it meant in the Jamaican that as the spider is the foundation and origin of all the stories, the son, Nick Takuma, would be supposed to know every story in the world, having heard them from his father. So the saying is used in the sense of, as in Jamaica, I know all about that. Tell me something I don't know. He said in Jamaica, they say, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. That meant, that's the saying, look at Yasha laughing. He's saying that's the saying in the Ashanti, in the story, is saying, I already know this, tell me something I don't know. It's already been passed down, right? And in Jamaican, they're saying, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, right? But it says precisely the same meaning, right? And in American, it's the same thing. It's like, tell me something I don't already know, right? Already heard that, been there, done that, right? What we say last time? We say, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. It's like, I forgot what we said last time, the American meaning of it, right? It's like, man, I already heard that, I already know that. Tell me something I don't know, right? All right, so in this connection, it may be objected that the Jamaica Anansi's wife, then Jamaica, the Anansi's wife is called Crookie, while the present-day Ashanti speak of her as Konori or Konoro, which would seem to militate against our argument. Let us see. Frank Arcana makes this statement. The most probable tradition represents the Ashanti as deriving their origin from bands of fugitives who in the 16th or 17th century were driven before the Muslim tribes migrating southward from the countries of the Niger and Senegal. So now they're talking about Frank Arcana made a statement how the Ashanti got to this part of the region, right? They were a band, they were fugitives from the 16th, 17th century battling against the Ishmaelite Muslim tribes, migrating southward from the countries of Niger and Senegal. Now, among the Hausa of northern Nigeria where Major Tremaine assures us that the distinction of sex is rare. The exception is made in favor of the spider, perhaps to mark its superior position, and while the male spider is called Gizo in their folklore, the female spider is called Koki. Might not this imply that the Jamaican Kruki is where survival of the earlier term still in use when the first slaves were dragged from the Ashanti shores? So they're just trying to correlate some of the relations, the correlation of the terms. Now they're going to go through a term, guys, of the word Nana. And this is very interesting. Thank you, Ayabayan, for the donation. She said, thank you for all your prayers. Humbly receive all encouraging words. Love you all. We love you too, Ayabayan. Prayers up to you and stay strong. I'm going to do the ministry call with you, Ayabayan. I'll do it sometime one of these days coming in these next couple of days. I'll just write you and see when we catch each other when we both up at the same time. So now look at this, guys. The Jamaican Anansi stories have been passed along in living tradition by the old nanas or Creole nurses who correspond in many respects to the mammies of the southern states. So in Jamaica, they call them nanas, like your grandma, your nana, right? Granny, your nana, or Creole nurses. In America, they would call mammies. That's where they get mammy, right? They would call mammies. All right. So now it says the word nana itself is pure Ashanti and means granny in Ashanti. So the word nana means in Ashanti means your grandma, granny. Thus, Nana Barima means a maternal grandparent, or Oba Nana, a grandchild. This is Ashanti language. So Nana Barima means your maternal grandparent, and Oba Nana means your grandchild. Today, the term Nana has almost disappeared for common use in Jamaica, and in its place, Granny is generally heard in reference to the type formerly called Nanas. So I don't know that. So I'm guessing he's saying that right there in 1930s, he was saying that in Jamaica, they used to call them Nana. They used to call the grandmas Nana, but now they call them Granny. And the word Nana has almost disappeared in Jamaica at that time. So they used to call them Nana, but now they call them Granny. It says, and as Nana was generically applicable to either grandparent or grandchild, so even now Granny is used in the same way. An elderly person speak of any of their offspring beyond their immediate children by the term him me granny. That's from Jamaica. Him me granny, man. All right, so now in America, we still call it Nana. That was interesting. So we call our grannies Nana sometimes. That's my Nana. Okay? And that's 100% Ashanti. And Jamaicans used to do too. Now, again, Jamaican peasant habitually makes us, okay, hold on. Him granted. Again, the Jamaica peasant habitually makes use of words seemingly meaningless in themselves, and yet they are also all pure Ashanti. So they got something called fufu yams. I don't even know what that is. Y'all should know. They probably know what that is, these yams, right? And it says, and yet there's all pure Ashanti, and their signification has been preserved and used. To cite only an instance or two, the staple food of the Ashanti is fufu, which consists of mashed yams and plantains. This is the staple food of the Ashanti in the Gold Coast, yams. Now you already know, for us in America, we already know about our yams, right? And so I know the Jamaican, now I'm learning Jamaicans, y'all got y'all fufu, y'all yams, and plantains, right? So it says its derivation is from the word fu, meaning white. In Jamaica, the bush people, a very superior species of white yam is known as fufu yam. And none of the peasants seem to know the origin of this term. I know, right? Candy yams, right? So too in the Jamaica mountains, there is a type of fowl with ruffled feathers and a half-naked neck, as it had been partially plucked. They are called sense fowls, while the Ashanti word for the same type of bird is asense, a sense. So now it's just showing. We see the same in the Proverbs of Jamaica. That's, for example, poor man Neba, poor man, I don't know, Yasha, you can do that. Poor man Neba vex me, man. I know it vex.
It says poor man never vex.
Oh,
Exactly.
poor man never vex me, man.
Yes,
Poor man never vex me. Yeah.
Yeah.
And thank you, Yasha. Poor man never vex, right? Never vex me. So which he explains, he says he is humble and cannot afford to take offense. So that's the saying of the poor man never vex nobody, because a poor man is humble. He can't afford to be offensive. He ain't got no money. So a poor man never vex me, man. Shows his derivation from the Ashanti word Ohani Bomufu, rendered by Captain Rattray The Ashanti word means the poor man does not get into a rage. In
Hey,
each case, go ahead.
how about y'all could say the other one?
Ohiani
Go,
Bumfu.
oh, go ahead. Say it again.
Ohiani Bumfu.
Oh, honey boo foo. The Ashanti. Sorry, I know. I just, and she's from Ghana. So praise y'all for
Gold Coast.
Y'all. She's from the Gold Coast. Facts, right? She from where we from. We from the same people. We from the same tribe. So y'all two done married each other. Y'all in the same tribe. Didn't even know, right? And your doggone ancestors over there talking about, don't marry that Jamaican. He ain't as good as us. You like, it's the same tribe. That's an Ashanti king. But yeah, you tell him, leave my Ashanti king alone. He just rough around the edges. He was in the Jamaican bush. You heard? They tell you the same thing about America. Don't marry an American Negro. It's the same. Leave my American Ashanti Negro king alone. He's from the bush. He's a field nigga. He's from the field. I know I'm a field nigga. I ain't no house Sambo. All right. So now it says in each case the meaning is the same, that a poor man cannot afford to take offense at those who are better supplied with the world's goods and on whose charity he may be depended upon. So it'd be a fool for you to be trying to be arrogant when you poor and you need things from people. See, that's that breakdown of that Jamaican Ashanti custom, right? It says, now, when we come to tribal customs, we find the same condition of things. And unless we are ready to accept these facts as a verification of the lasting influence of the Ashanti have exercised on the peasant population of Jamaican island, we must ascribe them to be a most extraordinary series of coincidence. Thus, for example, a bush funeral is almost invariably marked by a peculiar practice. So in the bush, they have a funeral. And they have a practice. Before starting the burial ground, the coffin is raised and lowered 3 times. So this was a bush practice in Jamaica, that before burying, they would raise the coffin and lower it 3 times. No one can give any real explanation why they're doing this act, nor does local superstition seem to be attached to it. The local from the Jamaica is attached to it. It is always done this way, and that is all there is about it. The Bush Jamaicans, they do it this way, and that's it. The very same practice has been in vogue among the Ashanti from prehistoric times. Captain Rattray thus explains the custom. The coffin is now closed. Hold on. And a hole is knocked in the wall. This is the Ashanti practice of burial of our ancestors. Here we go. The coffin is now closed and a hole is knocked in the wall of the coffin. Through this, the coffin is carried by the Asakawafo. I know Havaya know how to say that word much better than me. Right? Go ahead.
Asokwafo.
Oh, there you go. That's that. Shut out that dialect. I can't do a sakwafo, right? So a hole is placed on and is carried by the sakwafo. On its arrival outside, it is placed on the ground. So they carry it, they put a hole in the coffin, and they carry it. It's placed on the ground, but not without a pretense being first made to set it down twice. So they pick it up and set it down 3 times before they set it on the ground. Before it comes to rest. It says, listen, the reason for this curious custom is undoubtedly to give Asase Yah, the earth goddess, hence my title, introducing Yah, the earth goddess. Asase Yah, the earth goddess. So our ancestors, in their foolishness, in their worship and their superstitions, this is why they were going into slavery, guys. These are the tribe of Judah, these Ashantis, these Simeons, they was doing this other worship. So they lifted this casket up and down 3 times, not to the Most High Yah. And y'all gonna allow Yah, could you do me a favor? Could you put the title of my video in there? because now I'm going to show y'all why I broke this title down. All right? Yes, Asasi Yah, Obaya. Oh, we getting there, Yah Dylan. We getting there, right? So this Asasi Yah, so this is my title, Introducing Yah, the Israelite Earth Goddess, and Yahweh, the Serpent God of West Africa. We about to go there. We about to break this down. All right, we getting funky. We getting to Haiti in a minute. We walking it on down to Haiti. We ain't get to Haiti yet. We still in America and Jamaica right now. All right? Thank you guys for posting it, Tatiana and Laria. So, Yah, the Israelite Earth Goddess. So, the reason why they lifted it up 3 times is this custom is to give this goddess Yah, this Earth Goddess, due notice and warning that they about to bury. They're doing it to this Earth Goddess, Asasi Yah. It says, then after a short ceremonial, the sextons now raise the coffin to carry it away to the burial. The same courtesies are paid to this Earth Goddess as when the corpse was set down. So that means, I guess they lift it up and down 3 more times for their Earth Goddess, this Yah goddess. Shalom, Yah Andre. All right? It says, so sacred has this custom become that after the Ashanti had developed into a conquering nation with the advent of the famous golden stool. So now this custom of doing this burial to this Earth Goddess Yah among our Ashanti ancestors in the Gold Coast and in Waida, in the slave coast of Judah, Negro land. All right, we about to tie this in. That's why I got a serpent on that thumbnail, and I got this Yah goddess up there, and we're going to get to the other stuff. These sacrificial necromancy worship and all this stuff our ancestors was doing. All right, yeah, they praise everybody. Yeah, that's why they go into these slaveries. Do you understand? That's why this Ashanti were the strongest warriors in the world, but they was being handled by one little slave, one little scraggly little white man. No disrespect to my white brothers and sisters, but one little scraggly little slave master white man on a plantation, half drunk, ain't worked a day in 10 years because these slaves doing. He can't even, and he got 50 Ashanti Negro slaves. We thought we was Mandingo. These are Ashanti warriors, and they under his control. It's just one of them. That's the slave. That's the prophecy of the curses because of what they were serving. We get some true understanding why the curses over our ancestors, so-called black people across the 4 corners of the planet Earth in the Caribbean, America, and everywhere. Wake up. True history exposed right now. So now, the Ashanti, after they became a conquering nation, so as they conquered the Muslims and the Mohammedans and the Ishmaelites, and they going through and they settling into this Gold Coast region, and they becoming mighty conquerors in this west coast of Africa, they made a golden stool. Golden calf, anyone? Does that ring bells in the Bible? Golden calf, you Israelites? Fair use for educational purposes, right? They made a golden stool. Gold. Again, gold, anyone? The Gold Coast? Golden calf, golden stool, gold chains, gold hoop earrings, all that. All right. Now listen. And Yashar Allah sent me a bunch of scriptures breaking down where they was putting gold chains on our ancestors' necks and all that. But we'll get there in further lessons. Now, so the Ashanti, as they became a conquering nation in West Africa, they have made it a famous golden stool. And this was a symbol of power and national vitality on the occasion of each enthroning, or rather instooling, of a new king. So now, as they enthroned or installed a new king, they gave him a golden stool. The ceremony required that he should feign 3 times to sit upon the golden stool. So when they crowned a new Ashanti king of Judah, listen clearly, our ancestors, when they made him to be king, when they enthroning him or instooling him, he raised and sat down his body up and down 3 times. And what was that doing? Accustomed to Asasiya, the earth goddess. Oh, I'm breaking this down. We good in there. We getting funky now. We getting some teaching now. Okay? So now he raised and lowered himself, his body 3 times, and lowered after death. All right, wait, hold on. Lowering, okay, the golden stool, he should feign 3 times to sit upon the golden stool. So he get up and sit down 3 times before they make him the new king. Actually, he may not rest upon it, raising and lowering his body 3 times, as it will be raised and lowered after he dies. So when they coronated the king, he raised and lowered himself 3 times. Watch this. Let's go, Unc. I think this one is running smoothly tonight. It'd be hard to run these smoothly. Y'all remember this image? This image, here we go. The coronament of Dero de Judah, the tribe of Judah. This is an image from April 1723. The crowning Judah, the kingdom of Judah. This is a Negro land. Okay? Turn down the mic a little bit. Let me do it right now, because I know I'm about to get more excited. We about to get funky now. All right, there we go. All right, let me yell. All right. So I ain't going to get louder than that. If I do, let me know. I'll turn it down more. All right. Yeah, there we go. It's getting funky. We about to get funky now. All right? So this, what y'all see, it's Wikipedia. This ain't no black. We ain't make this. See, it's crowning of the king of Judah, April 1723. They crowning the king. All right? Weda. What is Weda, Unc? Right here. Oh, share this tab instead. Let's go, y'all. This one running smoothly. What is Weda, Unc? That's it right there. See that? The slave coast. Weda. Kingdom of Judah, or Weda. Slave coast. Gold Coast. Ashanti. Kingdom of Judah. You heard? Ashan. All right. Weda. So now, how was they coronating the king in Weda? In West Africa here. This way. Hold on. Let's go, Unc. Let's go. Let's go, y'all. I did one better so I can make it bigger. Bang. It's finally one that's kind of running smooth. This one's kind of running smooth. Window. Bang. Share. So there you go. I made it bigger. So now I can make it bigger. You see that? It says, the coronament de Ruda Judah, right? Look at that bottom. Croning, that's coronating the king of Van Judah, Weda, in April 1723. They're coronating the king. Right here, this black man, y'all see him? That meant he done sat his butt up, he done stood up and sat down 3 times as they coronate him. And look what they coordinate him to. See that serpent? That's about to come up in a second. You heard? Right in this book. I didn't write this book. Ain't no black man wrote the book we read. These are white men these enslavers telling what they saw. Most High is writing our history. This is the Ashanti kingdom. These are the Waidas. This is Judah. Right? Now these are the Waidas though. So some of these are Ashanti, some of these Dahomey, some of these Fan, some of these are Khan. Okay, they're not all the same. They're not all Ashanti. Yeah, it's coming together, Sister Linda. It's coming all together. Now this is the coronation of the king. Negro land, right here. Judah. They worshiping the serpent. Y'all gonna see some stuff right here. They got all right. So now, that was that. Now let's go back to the book. Okay, I gotta stop share that one because I needed that one to make it big. Stop screen. And then present. Share screen. Hebrewisms of West Africa. Share. All right. Cooking with olive oil. We cooking with olive oil, guys. Yeah, that serpent is coming up again. Y'all gonna see it. It's gonna come all through here. That serpent about to show up real big and strong in a second. All right. So now our ancestors right here, they made a golden stool when he is Ashanti. Okay? When they conquered the nations. So now it says he raised himself up and down 3 times. It said actually he sit on the stool, yet he raised and lowered himself 3 times as he will be raised and lowered 3 times unto his death. And it says that's to give what? Custom to give Asasi Yah, the earth goddess, due notice and warning. So they're serving an earth goddess, Asasi Yah. They serving some serpent. They got golden stools, and you heard? All right? Y'all didn't say, what's that man doing on the right, Unc? I don't know. Who was that? Somebody was doing something on the right in that image. I missed it. Yak Dylan. All right. So hold on. Let me look at the image really quick. Let me see if I could catch what he's talking about. Oh, yeah, he doing some witchcraft dance. You talking about the dude? Yeah, we broke that down before. They in a ceremony. We about to go through some ceremonies too. Oh yeah, we about to do some customs and all that. It's going down. It's going to be a good one. All right. Oh, somebody was in the sky? I ain't see. Hold on. Let me check it again. Let me go back. Hold on. You seen somebody, what, floating in the sky? I ain't see. Oh, what in the... Hold on. You peep that. Let's bring that back on the screen. Hold on. Let me stop share. I ain't even see that one. All right. Present. Share screen. That was a good ion. Good eyesight. Yak Dylan. So he said all right, so this was the image of the coronation, right? So I thought you saw about this dude right here doing his little worship dance with the snake. He doing some ceremony. But no, Yak Dylan said, look over here, guys. Let's scroll out. That's somebody in the sky. Who? Somebody in the bush. Is that Zechariah? Is that Zedekiah in the tree? Y'all know the one who fell out the tree? Y'all's a good eye. I did not see this dude. He overlooking because he outside. That's because he outside of the thing. He can't be in the court. He probably ain't part of the royal court. He outside. If that thing fall, they probably go, and they'll probably sure enough kill his butt too. Our ancestors was wicked. Just so y'all know, they were not playing. They would sure enough kill him. If he fell over into that thing, then he would probably be part of the ceremony. They probably sure enough sacrificed him. He on the Zacchaeus in the tree. That's what I said. Is this Zacchaeus in the tree? Look at him. That was a good ion, Yak Dylan. I did not see him up there. He hanging on to that tree too. He like, I'm about to witness this. Because he gonna bring it back to the outside tribes. I saw what happened. I seen the king coronated. He gonna go back. Let me see. Let's look at the other. Let's see if it's somebody else in the other outside of the walls. This fool is in the tree. That's a good ion. All right, that's funny. That was dope. All right, he hanging. That thing is bending too. All right, so let me stop share. Good ions, Yak Dylan. I would have never seen that one. All right, so let's go back. Let's continue walking this down. All right, so let me present, share screen. Thank you, y'all, for allowing this lesson to run pretty smoothly. A lot of times we have a lot of bumps and bruises in these. He's allowing this one to run rather smoothly. Thank you, Abiyah. All right, so now, yeah, he on a serious lean. That thing gonna break. That's why I said if that thing break, he gonna be screwed. They sure enough gonna make him bush meat. He gonna sure enough, he gonna be the golden stool. They gonna do they mess around and do a Dubai on him. Golden stool, golden poo-poo. That's what I tell you, they eating gold and pooping gold now. That's gonna have a whole new meaning of Dubai. That they eating gold donuts and they pooping, the gold is in the poop. Oh my God, I feel sorry for people going over there in Saudi Arabia. Y'all better stay away. Y'all done gave y'all the warning. Y'all better stay away. They already eating gold now. They're going to be really trying to poop on people. All right. So now it says he may, Yeah, they're gonna sell them into slavery to the Mandingos. I know that's right. That's exactly what they're gonna do. They get gunpowder and, and liquor and have a whole party. All right. So that's exactly what they're gonna do. Our ancestors was wicked, I swear. Um, so it says he's gonna be, so he's sitting, the king is raising himself and lowering 3 times, and that's what's gonna be happening to him after he's gonna be raised and lowered to his death. For this earth god is Yah, right? And I'm gonna show y'all that all these Yahs, that's why I said I don't give a crap. Do you know how many Yahs throughout ancient history, Sumerian, these different gods, Yahweh, Yah this, Yah that don't matter. You understand who you serving. Our Abba Yah is different from these, okay? So now it says he's all right. He may not rest upon the stool, raising and lowering himself 3 times, as it will be raised and lowered after his death, his casket. It is almost as if he were reminded that dust thou art, and unto dust thou shalt return. So you see how they got, so all through this, you're going to see they got some of the Hebrew customs. That's why the book is called Hebrewisms, right? Of the Ashanti. They got, thank you, daughter of Yah. They got some of the Hebrew customs, but they mixing it in with witchcraft. That's what our ancestors did. They did it in Babylon. They did it in Persia. They did it in Sumeria. They did it in Samaria. They always did it. They did it in Assyria. They mixed the holy and the profane. They're doing it today. You got these Christianist Hebrews. You got all this stuff. They mix in holy and profane. You don't mix holy and profane. You don't. You don't. You come out of her fully. That is not lawful. You got people mixing holy and profane today. You know, okay, we'll still do this profane custom, but we'll do, nah, that's gray area lukewarm. Come out of her fully. We're all at places, but we're called to come out of her fully. I ain't mixing no holy, no profane. I know the customs of Babylon, and I will not partake. I will give Caesar what Caesar's, but outside of the things, and not me giving Caesar what Caesar's, I got a driver's license. You know why? Because Caesar said I need that to drive, and I need to drive to handle my business. So I give Caesar's what Caesar's. But anything outside of mandatory in Caesar, I'm not partaking in her customs and traditions. Come out of her, my people, fully. All right, let's go. Now, it says, in these bush funerals, it says, in many other ways, also, as the present writer has noted elsewhere, practices connected with the Jamaica bush funerals indicate Ashanti origins. Now, it says, now, as Gardner observes, even today in Jamaica, the descendants of the old slaves retain a practice that the room in which a person dies should not be swept or disturbed for 9 days. Now, these are some ancient practices that our ancestors was doing. This does not say that Yah said to do this. All right, these are our ancestors doing all these others. They doing too much. Okay, Shanti, Hebrewisms in Jamaica. So in the Jamaica, the descendants of the old slaves, they said the room in where the person dies shall not be swept or disturbed for 9 days. So whatever, if a person died in a room, they ain't gonna clean it. There ain't nobody gonna mess with it for 9 days. Water and other requisites are placed in the room, and as among the tribe of Judah, a light is kept burning during the prescribed period 9 days. Gardner, however, is in error when he positively asserts that these practices is not of African origin. So he thought it wasn't. It is. So listen, the tribe of Judah and our ancestors, Shanti in Jamaica, they got this practice from the Ashanti. For 9 days, they do not disturb the room, and they put water and food in the room. Uh-oh. Yeah, so now y'all seeing the practices from the West, from the African, these gods, what they call them. I did that whole 5-hour study on that, where they put food and water for the dead. This is ancestral worship. Yacht Dylan said, yep, there's also a celebration of the dead called Nine Nights. See, he's Caribbean, from Jamaica. So thank y'all for adding in. Yes, so y'all see. So these are these practices. Oh, somebody was over on Facebook. I didn't say it. Oh, that's the elder. That's Taj Baliyah over there. All right. So now, they are feeding, putting water. And remember, now they got this thing where they lifting the casket up and down 9 times to Yah, the Hebrew goddess, and they got all these. They doing offerings. That's why they going slaves. Yeah, why offerings? Here come Haiti, introducing Haiti. As a matter of fact, it says Hebrewisms of African derivation are not confined to just Jamaica among the West Indian islands. Blair Niles, in her recent delightful little book called Black Haiti, Hayti, speaking of the slaves from Africa, she positively asserts some of them were said to be descendants of the tribe of Judah mixed with Negroes. Now, I know, understand, these books will go on. Hold on, I don't want y'all to read that yet. And they will try to assert still that the Yahudian tribe of Judah was some white people, right? We just saw the coronation and all of it, right? But there is, guys, they're talking 17, 1800s. They're all white, what you call converts in this time. And they are in this land. They're doing some are wicked, some are not. They're doing their stuff. Okay? Yeah, we're about to go there in a second, Sister Linda. It's going down in a second, right? Now, I'm going to decipher what they're saying, because remember, we have to eat the fruit and spit out the pits, and we have to define their lack of understanding. So there are so-called whitish converted tribe of Judah, what they call Jews, right? Because they made this law over there. Now I got to be careful saying that word now, right? So because of it, you also have Arabs and stuff, right? Okay. So now, listen clearly. Now it says, as a matter of fact, the Hebrewisms African derivation are not confined to Jamaica and West Indies. They're in Haiti too. It says, Black Haiti, speaking of the slaves from Africa, in her book, this lady, Blair Niles, probably, she's some white lady or something. She said, some were said to be descendants of the tribe of Judah mixed with Negroes. These, what she's describing, were tall. They were well-built men whose features had a Caucasian type of cast and whose language was clearly Semitic in character, right? Hebrewisms. Dr. Price Mars, whom she quotes as an authority, this woman in this book, also claims a distant Shemitic infiltration in the antecedents of some of the San Domingo slaves. So now, let me break down what they're talking about. This is where you get, now in your history, your ancestors' history in Haiti and Dominican Republic. This was the island of Hispaniola. I ain't saying that right. Hispaniola, right? This is one place. Later, it became Dominican Republic when the Haitians came and they were fighting. This is where you get the distinction, a little difference in the people of the Dominicans having some type of whited out features a little bit, some of them, right? Right? That's why some of them say they ain't black, right? but they're on the same island. This was one island because some of them got transported in the slave trade from a mixture of the Caucasian Yahudians or the whited tribe of Judah converts mixed with the original tribe of Judah Negroes, and they took on a more Caucasian cast. The hair might be a little straighter than the what you would call the original Haitian. So they might have a little lighter complexion, more Caucasian cast. They might think they're a little prettier. This is where you get the mixture from the original Haitians looking more like the straight Ashanti, and this little mixture in this, what they call it now, the Dominican Republic, having this mixture going on. This is where that come from, because San Domingo was actually Hispaniola. It was one place, this land. Later it became the Dominican Republic, but it's one land. All right, so now it says, this Dr. Price Mars, whom she quotes as an authority, also claims a distant Semitic infiltration in the descendants of some of the San Domingo slaves. So now he's saying some of these San Domingo slaves, they look a little different. They got wavier hair, lighter skin. They mixed. It says this may seem to us less strange when we read the testimony of Reverend Henry S. Whitehead. All right, so now we're going to find out. So Reverend Henry S. Whitehead made a testimony, who is speaking from information gained at first hand on the ground. Reverend Henry S. Whitehead, he's got a testimony he want to share. Let's do his testimony. He said, while insisting that the opprobrious term, worthless old Cartagini, that's a term that was said back then, worthless old Cartagini, current today in the Virgin Islands, is to be traced back to the African Carthage of the Punic Wars. So this term, worthless old Cartagini, goes back to the Punic Wars of the African Carthage. He also remarks, on the doors of the Negro cabins in the country of the Virgin Islands, outside the towns, this is in San Domingo, Haiti, and the Virgin Islands, on the doors outside of the Negro cabins, crosses may be seen. They drew crosses outside their doors on the slave cabins, like the Hebrews made with the blood of the Passover lamb. And in the Haiti and in the Virgin Islands, they would draw these crosses and they would say this to keep out their wolf. Yeah, the Carthaginians. Oh, we about to go there. Taj Baliyah about to get one tonight. Tonight, we're going to show how the first Romans were Hebrews the blood. Remember Taj Baliyah was asking? We about to get it tonight in the book. Where I'm at, 11 o'clock? Yeah, we're going to make it there. 2.5 hours in, we're going to get there. All right. So now listen. Yeah, the Carthaginians. Now, so these in Haiti and San Domingo, well, this before it was the Hispaniola, this and the Virgin Islands, they put these crosses outside their doors. It says, it is interesting then to find Sir Harry Johnston insisting that the Elamites, Brother Rohan, of Mesopotamia appear to have been Negroid people with kinky hair. So the Elamites, that's Shemitic, Elam, the Elamites of Mesopotamia, Sir Harry Johnston said he insisted that the Elamites of Mesopotamia appear to have been a Negroid people with kinky hair and have transmitted this racial type to the tribe of Judah and the Syrians. And further noting that these Ooish hybrids with the Negro in Jamaica and Guyana reproduce most strikingly the Assyrian type. Let me break that down. They're saying that the Elamites of Mesopotamia they were more Negroid with strong woolly hair, and that they transmitted this woolly hair as they mixed with the converted tribe of Judah from Syria. Remember, these are Ishmaelite, these are Assyrian and Persian. We mix with Babylonians and Persian. We mix with the Ishmaelite. We mix. This is where you get this hybrid that look, we said, that look most strikingly the Assyrian type. That's where you get these Puerto Ricans, these Spaniard looking, Assyrian looking, even Ishmaelite looking, and Indian stuff where they black, but their hair is more, they look Assyrian. So it's the mixture of the Israelites with more of the woolliest, more darker tone mixing with the Assyrians. And also the white, not Caucasian, the whitish convert tribe of Judah, because they were still Yahudim. So they would mix. And these hybrids is where you get these Dominicans saying they ain't black. Where you get in these Caribbean islands, some of them that look mixed, where you get the mixture. And some of them might think they better, right? They said these tribe of Judah hybrids with the Negro in Jamaica. So when these slaves come over, or those who mix, when they mix with the Ashanti in Jamaica or Haiti, when they mix, they make an Assyrian type of seed. It's a mixed black, the ones that we call good hair. Ain't no hair good, Becky with the, well, not Becky with the good hair, Sharonda with the good hair, Tyrone with the good hair, they look mixed, okay? Now, it says, whatever we may think of this author's claim of a Negro element in the ancient Hebrew, see, they don't like that. See, that's what I said. These books ain't trying, they don't understand. They like, whatever we may think that he's saying, this author is saying there's a Negro element, that fool, the ancient Hebrews all were Negroes. But again, these are these white people trying to, you get what I'm saying? But remember, we learning, Yah gave us the history. He got them exposing themselves. But you have to be able to discern through. Praise Yah for election. Now, it says, whatever we may think of this author's claim of a Negro element in the ancient Hebrews, his attitude will be less shocking our present endeavor to show an infiltration of this same Hebrew stock in the evolving of certain distinctly Negro tribes in Africa. Idiot Juice is called Negro land of the tribe of Judah. But again, they write in this book back then before this map was even done and stuff. So when that map was done in the 1800s, these books was being written in these 1800s. Okay? Now, it says, look, it is surprising, here we go, to find a Mississippi Negro, America and the Caribbean, attributing to the tribe of Judah the customs so prevalent in West Africa, as well as in Jamaica, and the slaves in Mississippi putting food and money in the coffin with the dead, so the dead can eat and buy things when he gets to heaven. Our ancestors, this is how you know who we are. Even in Mississippi, even in Jamaica, and West Coast Ashanti, Gold Coast, they're doing the same practice to these gods. All right? Now, I'm in Haiti right now. Let me do a footnote. Page 16. What page? 15. Let's do this footnote. So, first of all, I'm going to do this footnote. And this book, Phuket, Folk Beliefs of the Southern Negro, page 102, W.F. Blunt will make this a Canaanitish custom. The book Israel Before Christ, London, 1924. The Southern Negro, a Canaan. Let me make it. I'm going to make it bigger. I don't want y'all to stop. I'm going to pop everybody in the head. We ain't playing with these. I ain't playing with these niggers. A Canaanitish custom. Y'all see that? The Southern Negro. Canaanite? Yeah. Canaanite. Putting these coffins, these dead food. And so what is the Ashanti? So now let's tie this together. So this Mississippi Negro custom, the Southern Negroes that came off the slave ship, these Ashanti custom in Jamaica, they doing this, lowering this cave, putting the food in the room for 9 days. Where does it come from? Canaanitish customs. Yes, Egyptian practice, Canaanites, Nephilim. Nothing new under the sun. You heard? All right. Now, let's go. Page 16 footnote. This footnote says, from this book, one book is History of Jamaica, this book, a dictionary of the Asante and Fanti language. But this book right here, look, another book, Rattray Ashanti Proverbs. Look, and I think this is Rattray Ashanti, page 86. I don't know if it's this. I think it's a dictionary of the Asante and Fanti language, Basel. Ashanti, it says, no, Ellis says, in the southeastern portions of the Uwe territory. I don't know how to say that. I know Ahavaya will say that better than me. I don't know how to pronounce it because I'll say Uwe or U or Aye, Awe, right? It says in the southeastern portions of the Uwe territory. I know I ain't pronouncing that right. However, look what it says. The Python deity is worshipped. Uh-oh. Hold on. Make it bigger, Unc. We ain't playing today. The Python snake deity is worshipped. Listen clearly. In the EWE territory, it is noted that the Python snake deity is worshipped. And this voodoo cult, with its adoration of the snake god, was carried to Haiti by slaves from Adra and Ouida. Listen now, y'all. From Ouida, from Haiti. Unc, what is Ouida? Let me show you. Bingo. Ouida, slave coast, kingdom of Judah, not y'all, Haiti. And what was the kingdom of Judah worshiping? What was they worshiping? It's pronounced you. Thank you, Diana. What was they worshiping? Uh-oh. Was they worshiping this? The coronation of the king of Judah? That serpent? Oh, are we tying this together? Hold on. Are we tying it together? Let's go. Let's go, y'all. I know you would enjoy this now, y'all. Shout out to Sakpase to all the Haitian brothers and sisters. All right, let's go. Watch this. Watch this. Present. Share screen. Praise y'all. Thank you, y'all, for allowing me to put in this work. I put in a lot of work to get this done. I have to do a lot of reading and stuff, guys. It's very time consuming too. So this is the coronation of the kingdom of Judah. Look what it says down here. Coronated Cornug, D. Konig, and that Konig looked like Coromantin to me, but Konig, D. Konig, Van Judah in April 1723. They're coronating the kingdom of Judah from Ouida. That's Ouida. You see the J? Look at the top. We ain't playing. I ain't playing. Ouida. And another corruption of it is WYHDA. Ouida. Right? And what are they coronating? The king. And what is that right there? The python. The serpent. The snake. And look at the brother on the tree. He gonna fall over. He gonna be a snake. He fall off that tree. He gonna be screwed. All right? Not y'all. These are the Haitians. Now, y'all, Haiti is showing where they, all right, now listen, let me go back. So that's y'all see it, right? And look at the location. All right, I got to stop share that. Praise y'all that he got this lesson coming together really smoothly. Present, share screen, that one. Do it again. Look at the location. The kingdom of Judah. You see? Weeda right there, the slave coast. The Ashanti right there, the Akans, the Gold Coast, right here. Kingdom of Judah. Now look what the book says. Now that y'all see that Weeda, now the book says right here, in the southeastern portions of the U territory, however, the python snake deity is worshipped. And this voodoo cult, so this snake python worship is the voodoo. With this voodoo cult, with this adoration. Oh, I did, sorry. Share this tab instead. Thank you, y'all. Now, back to the book. It says, make it a little bigger. People at home. That's a little too big for me. Y'all, well, make your screens big. I need to be able to see it. It says, in the southeastern portions of the EWE, the U territory, thank you for allowing me to pronounce it. However, the python deity, the python god is worshipped, the snake god. And this voodoo cult, with its adoration of the snake god, was carried to Haiti by slaves from Adra and Weeda. I just showed y'all Weeda, the tribe of Judah. Now y'all you're from the tribe of Judah. Now, it says, where the faith still remains to this day. Listen, so when they wrote this book in 1930, it says that faith of this voodoo cult of the snake god deity in Haiti, the faith still remains to this day. It says in 1724, listen now y'all, the Dahomey kingdom invaded Adra and it subjugated it, the Dahomeys. 3 years later, the Wa'ilda, Judah, was conquered by the same Dahomey foe. So Wa'ilda, where the Haitians come from, and the Dahomey, you see, they were conquered. Adra and Wa'ilda was conquered by the Dahomey. This period is beyond question that in which Haiti first received the voodoo of the Africans. From the Dahomey, who conquered Wa'ilda, the tribe of Judah, this is where the Haiti first received the voodoo of these Africans. Thousands of Negroes from these serpent-worshiping tribes were at that time sold into slavery and were carried across the Atlantic Ocean to the Western Islands. These slaves bore with them their culture of the serpent worship, which is voodoo. At the same period, the U-speaking slaves were taken to Louisiana. Listen, guys, what's going down? Louisiana, where you get voodoo. You heard? Okay? Let's see. Let's go. During the Haitian Revolution, let's go now, y'all. Many of the planters, the plantation owners, with their slaves. Now listen, when Haiti revolted, the Haitian Revolution, many of the plantation owners grabbed their slaves and they ran to Cuba. Y'all hear? They took many of the plantation owners when the Haitians revoluted, when they was in South Passe, it's going down. When them tribe of Judah Haitians went nut and did their revolution, the slave owners, the plantation owners took their slaves and they fled into Cuba, whence some of them subsequently found their way to New Orleans. Come on, guys, it's tying it together. Maya, we tying it together. They went to Cuba and then they made their way to the southern part of America, New Orleans. Thus, the voodoo cult was thus established in Cuba and Louisiana, the Bayou. Then you, Lindsay, I said, I knew it. I told you, Lindsay, I said, it's coming. We walking it down. Y'all know I got to walk it down. It says, thus, Cuba and Louisiana, the voodoo was established. Ellis observes that the term voodoo should survive in Haiti and Louisiana. That the term voodoo is big in Haiti and Louisiana and not in the British West Indies. Here we go. Listen to this one, though, guys. But it's not in the British West Indies Islands. He says the term voodoo, he says Ellis noted, he observed that the term voodoo survives, is popular in Haiti and Louisiana in America, but it's not in the British West Indian Islands in Jamaica. He said it will surprise no one who is acquainted with the history of the slave trade. If you're acquainted with the history of the slave trade, you won't be surprised because the Tishi-speaking slaves, called the Coromantes, the Ashanti, the Tishi-speaking slaves, the Ashanti, and the slave dealers' jargon, who were exported from the European forts on the Gold Coast, they were not admitted into the French and Spanish colonies. The French and the Spanish said, we ain't not taking these Ashanti. They too horrible. He says, so the French, the Ashanti from the Gold Coast, these Coromantes, they were not admitted into the French and Spanish colonies on account of their disposition to rebel. And consequently, they found their way into the British colonies, the only market that was open to them. The Spain and France was not allowing them, only Britain. While the French, listen guys, the French, now remember, now y'all, Haiti was conquered, it's a French island, right? You know that. So it says, listen, it says, while the French and the Spanish colonies, they drew their chief supply of their slaves from the U-speaking slaves, EWE speaking slaves, exported from where? Wida, and Bagdagri, Wida, Judah, Waida. Look, Ellis, in his book, The U-Speaking People of the Slave Coast of West Africa, London, 1890, page 29. Listen, so now we're understanding that the U-speaking slaves from the tribe of Judah and Waida, right next to the Ashanti, went to Haiti. He said that's why French is spoken in Haiti as well as Haitian Creole, which is a broken down version of French. Praise y'all. Now look, another note. Since World War I, I am told that voodooism has spread in Jamaica now. Since World War I, especially in the parish of St. Catherine. He said, in my own experience, only once did I find any indication of voodooism that was in Upper Westmoreland. Now, Captain Rattray, and from his book, Ashanti Proverbs, number 56, page 48, he notes, according to M. Oldfield Howie, one of the latest writers on the subject, listen guys, there are two distinct cults of fetish worship in the West Indies. That is voodoo or vodou and obeah. I think I said that right, Yasha. The obeah. All right. Now, there's two distinct cults of fetish worship that our ancestors brought from the west coast of Africa. That's voodoo or vodou that the Haitians are practices, and obeah that the Jamaican, and it's called Tchanga and Wenga. It says, but between the voodoo and the obeah cults, there are very important differences. In the former, in the voodoo, the will of the god is communicated only through a priest and priestess. So they're saying in the voodoo, this the differences in the voodoo and the obeah. In the voodoo, I don't know if I said that right, obeah. In the voodoo, the god that they're worshiping is communicated through a priest and the priestess. And the voodoo ritual is carried out at night. And the serpent, the snake, must be displayed in a cage. Now it says, but in the obeah, the Jamaican cult, it requires for the rites of only a priest or a priestess, not both. You can have either a priest or a priestess instead of the two. And the presence of the snake is not essential. So in obeah, you don't have to have the snake there, but in the voodoo, the snake had to be there in the cage. It says it's sacrificial victims, what they're sacrificing. Whatever it's an animal, a chicken in this voodoo, or whatever, people, whatever they're sacrificing, its sacrificial victims in obeah are slain by poison in obeah instead of meeting a bloody death as in the rites of voodoo. So in obeah, their sacrifice victim, whether it was a person, animal, chicken, whatever, they would poison it, and that's how it would die. But in voodoo, it would be a bloody death. You don't want to be caught in no voodoo worship. This is from the book C.R. M. Oldfield Howie called The Encircled Serpent. This is from the book called The Encircled Serpent, Philadelphia, 1928, page 246. It says, as we shall see later, the writer Howie in the Encircled Serpent book, Howie has probably made an error in requiring that the serpent, even as a committant of obeah, which strictly speaking is in no wise form of opholatry, or whatever. And then it says, I'm still in footnotes, Captain Rattray in his Ashanti Proverbs, it says, Howie in his book reports among the Widenese, listen clearly, listen not y'all, we still in the Haitians, the Widenese, that's a tribe of Judah. I showed y'all there. Let me show y'all one more time. Wahida, Slave Coast, Kingdom of Judah, Wida, Widenese, Wida, the Widenese. So these is right here in the Kingdom of Judah. It's not the Ashanti. It's the kingdom, these Judah, Wida from the Slave Coast, right? So now here we go. So it says, among these Widenese is a tribe called Ebos. Ebos. And this tribe, Widenese, a tribe of Judah. And Shepherd says that this is a word of the same import as oboes. This is where you get obeah, oboes, which might mean the people or worshipers of Ob, the serpent god. Ob. Oh, shoot. Thank you. Change my screen. Thank you. All right. Now, it says, among the Widenese is a tribe called Ebos. See that right there? Shepherd says this is a word of the same import as oboes, O-B-O-E-S, which might mean the people or the worshipers of Ob, the serpent god. That's this serpent worship god, Ab or Ob. These people still practice a kind of serpent worship. They worship a iguana, a guyana, a species of a lizard today. Still serpent, because remember, reptile. So they got a iguana worship, that they worship a species of a lizard. The reference is to H. Shepard, Traditions of Eden. That's a book, London in 1871. That's that reference. This reference is from the book H. Shepard, Traditions of Eden. And y'all see that? Eden, right? In 1871. Howie, from his book, The Encircled Serpent, page 28, says, now, while not agreeing with Howie as regards to the identification of this old serpent with the serpent god, as already noted, this citation may throw some light on the question of the Obi country. The Obi country, all right? So now, in Captain Rattray's book, Ashanti, page 288, it notes, Captain Newland states, the Magu Zawa, a section of the Hausa tribe in Africa, the Hausa, may be found in the north of Togo and Cameroon. He notes that the Maguzawa signifies magician and is a term applied by the Hausa Muslim Mohammedans to those of their kin who have remained pagan. So the Hausa Muslims, Ishmaelite Hausa tribe, to those of their kin who remain pagans, okay? He says, in H. Osman Newland, West Africa book, London, 1922, this may possibly be another clue to the Obi country. Let me get another. It says, all these books. A.B. Ellis got a book called The Tishi-Speaking Peoples of the Gold Coast of West Africa in 1887, All right. Wes Cardinal got a book called In Ashanti and Beyond in 1927 and beyond. So it says, in connection with what is known as the Apo custom, an annual festival among the Ashanti, there is a lampooning liberty, which is thus described to Captain Rattray by the old high priest of the god Tekisi at Tekimen. You know that everyone has a sunsum, a soul that may get hurt or knocked about or become sick, and so make the body ill. Very often, although there may be other causes, example, witchcraft, ill health is caused by the evil and the hate that another has in his head against you. So these are some of the practices of the Ashanti, this witch, this ain't of Yah. Another, because of something that a person has done to you, and that too causes your sunsum, your soul, to fret and become sick. So they're saying our forebears knew this to be the case, and so they ordained, they ordained a time once every year where every man and woman, free man and slave, should have freedom to speak out what was in their head, to tell their neighbors just what they thought about them and of their actions. And not only their neighbors, but also they could tell to their king or chief. One day a year, they would just speak out and tell everybody what they feel so that they don't take on sickness from some witchcraft evil. See, it's the sorcery witchcraft that our ancestors was into in the west coast of Africa, right? So it says, when a man has spoken freely, he will feel his soul, his sunsum, cool and be quieted. And the sunsum soul of the other person against whom he has now freely spoken out against, his soul will be quieted as also. The king of Ashanti, this is an example. It says the king, they purging once a year. The king of Ashanti may have killed your children and you hate him for it. And this made him sick. And it made you sick too, because you're holding on to the spirits. What you're holding on to, you haven't forgiven. See, this is the convolution of forgive so you could be forgiven. This is our ancestors mixing in this witchcraft and sorcery in with it, right? So it says, You, the king of Ashanti, killed your children, and you hate him because of it. And because he did this, it made him sick, and you sick too. So when you are allowed to say before his face what you think about him, you benefit. So once a year, you get to go before him and say, I hate your guts, you wicked fool, you bastard. You get to say everything you want, purge it, and they can't kill you for it. All right? Yes, so it's better to let it out instead of keep it in. Yes, that does mean don't hold on to transgression. Free yourself. You have to forgive so you can be forgiven. But it is done the rightful way according to Yah, but it can be done according to witchcraft. See, this is why our ancestors was doing it. Now listen, so it says, you're allowed to say before this king whatever you thought, right? And both of you benefit. So it says, that is why the king of Ashanti in ancient times, this is the ancient Ashanti king, when he got sick, he would send for the queen of Nakaranza to insult him. See, this is this foolish stuff. This is how we take these practices and just turn them into all type of witchcraft. So the Ashanti king, whenever he gets sick, he like, send me the king of Nakaranza and let her curse me out, insult me. So it says, even though the time for the ceremony had not even come around. So that once a year of this purging, even though he was like, listen, I'm sick, I got a cold, send the queen here to curse me out, even though the purge had happened. This is how we do too much and going too far. Okay? Now look, it says, even though the time of the ceremony had not come around, it made him live longer and did him good. That's what they think. All right. So now, Captain Rattray in his book Ashanti, page 152, he said, can this ceremony have given rise to the practice that's still in style in Jamaica of throwing words at the moon? I don't know what that is. Yasha might know he might know that's a Jamaican tradition. He says, could this be where they get this practice in vogue in Jamaica of throwing words at the moon? Whereas you may tell the moon the most insulting things about a person within his hearing. So the person without being liable for libel, as you would be if you addressed the words to your victim or another person. Thus you in turn may be called a thief or a liar, if true. They try to kill me the way right in Jamaican. You call a thief or a liar if true. I ain't saying that right. You call him a thief or a liar, right? So in the Jamaican customs, you had a practice of throwing words at the moon that when you pissed at the person, you could scream it out. I hate you. You can say all these things and you won't be held liable for it. They call it throwing it at the moon. They're saying, is this where they got this practice from this ancient Ashanti practice, right? And it says, thus you may in turn may be called a thief or a liar if true, every word reaching you and those who are standing about. And yet if you actually vilify what he is saying, the answer will come, not you, sir. Him moon talk. Me talk the moon, man. Not you, sir. Me talk to the moon. Mind your business, man. It's between me and the moon. Casting it to the moon, right? It says, it certainly cools the sunsum, the soul of the speaker who goes away contented and satisfied because he got it out. He cursed them out to the moon, right? While the person could hear it. It's like, that's some crazy stuff, right? It's like being mad at your husband or your wife, right? You're like, listen, while he right there, you're like, moon, I hate his guts, he a bastard, and I wish he gonna, like, you're like, I can hear you, right? You're like, man, I talk to you, man. Me talk to the moon. Mind your business, man. Yeah. So this ancient Ashanti customs. It said the speaker who goes away contented and satisfied because he got it all out, though it must be confessed, it has a far different effect on the object of the remarks. And he said, I speak from experience. All right. So I think that's the last one I'm going to read from that. All right. So let me go back up because now I wanted to read about the Haitians and coming from the tribe of Judah, Waida. All right. So now I got the footnotes. So let me go back up because now they talk about it. All right. So now they're talking about the Obi priests, right? All right. So yeah, so that all right. So the voodooism, the Obeah with this commit, okay. And then they're gonna talk about the customs, marriage and everything. All right, so I'm gonna skip, right, for time. So when the slave trade with its height, two Negro nations shared the mastery of West Africa, the Ashanti and the Dahomeans. Now the Dahomey. Now look, it says, oh no, look, the Hebrew Yahweh. That's why I put that in the title. All right, let's go. Let's go. So now these Jewish hybrids, all right? Now this is where you get these Dominicans saying they ain't black because they look different from the Haitians. That's because they just a mixed hybrid, okay? All right, so now it says the Mississippi Negro. Okay, let's go. All right, so Brian Edwards, in his brief outline of the religious beliefs of the Coromantun slaves, the Ashanti slaves, he asserts the Ashanti slaves, they believe that Akampong, the God of the heavens, listen to this. This is our ancestors doing way too much. Yeah, they literally barking at the moon. This is our ancestors doing way too much. Okay, listen. The Ashanti slaves who was worshiping these snake gods and all this stuff, right? Dahomey, Fons, Khan, tribe of Weta, tribe of Judah. This is where we get all this Obeah, voodoo. We get all this witchcraft crap we brought over here to these America and to the Caribbean. Now listen, the Ashanti slaves from the West Coast, from the Gold Coast, they believe that their god, Akampong, that's his name, Akampong, not Yah, the God of the heavens. They believe this Akampong is the creator of all things. He is a deity of infinite goodness, Akampong. It says, in fact, we have in Jamaica today, in the parish of St. Elizabeth, a maroon town called Akampong. Wow. Which, according to Kundal, the Jamaican island historian, was so called after the Ashanti chief. So in Jamaica, in the parish of St. Elizabeth, they had a town called Akampong, the Ashanti god, chief god. And they said the town was so called after the Ashanti chief who figured in one of the early rebellions in the Jamaican islands. One's first impression would be that this chief had arrogated to himself the title of the deity. They said this chief named himself after their god. But we are assured by J.J. Christler that among the Ashanti, the divine name was frequently given to a slave in acknowledgement of the help of the god enabling the owner to buy the slave. So they would name their slaves Akampong, giving them the divine name of their god, because they believed that this god Akampong enabled them to buy the slave. Listen, the supreme being among the Ashanti, his name is Nyame. Nyame, whom we shall later try to identify with the Hebrew Yahweh. Thus my title. You got the Yah goddess, you got Akampong, you got the Weta slave god Ob. Now you got Nyame, the supreme being god, Ashanti god, Nyame, who they will later identify as the Hebrew Yahweh. Now, in the other footnote, it said Canaanitish. I already broke down who Yahweh is. That's why I said that ain't Yah, that ain't Yahweh. That is not the Hebrew, not in the, that's the Hebrew, Phoenician, Sumerian, Babylonian. See, these Name, these Ashanti, these are Canaanitish gods. So yes, this Yahweh and this Yah, Anasi, Yah goddess, these Ob, see all these Canaanitish, Nephilic, fallen angel gods. See? So Nyame is where they get this Hebrew Yahweh. That's the same, well, these Hebrews taking this Phoenician god Yahweh. Our other ancestors, the Ashanti, got Nayame. This Nayame, his primary title is Naya Capone, meaning Nayame alone, Ahad, the great one. Thank you, Hakyama. Akampong, this god, this deity, then appears to be the white man's effort to express the spoken Nyankampan, that the white man that was enslaving the enslaver, he heard the slaves talking about Nyankampan, the Ashanti, and he called it, he convoluted the word and said Akampan. That's what, just like they got Karamantan. So that's where this Akampan, it's a transliterated English word from the Ashanti Nayame, the Nyankampan, this God. That's Yahweh, this God. It says, when the slave trade was at its height, at the biggest of the slave trade, two Negro nations shared the mastery of West Africa, the Ashanti and the Dahomeyans. Now look, let me show y'all on the screen. It says, at the height of the slave trade, two kingdoms held the whole mastery of and it was the Dahomey. What did we just said? It said the Dahomey took over Ouida. The Dahomey. So the Dahomey took over the kingdom of Judah. This is where the Haitians come from. And it said the Ashanti and the Dahomey, these two, the kingdom of Judah, kingdom of Ashanti, they all Judah, because remember Ashan was given Judah. I've read it in the scripture. Ashan was given to the kingdom of Judah, Simeon, and then Levi. So for some of the, now listen, for some of the Haitians, Judah, Levi, and Benjamin is one tribe. But the kingdom of Ouida and, right? So that's Judah, because Ashan was Judah, Simeon, and Levi. So the kingdom of Ouida was, but they'd be crossing and mixing and going back and forth, but whatever. So anyway, let's go back to the book. Now, so Judah is Levi, Benjamin, Judah anyway. So now it says, now look at this, it says, when the slave trade was at its height, two Negro nations shared the mastery of West Africa. It was the Ashanti and the Dahomey. And wherever the slaves of either of these tribes predominated, there we find the special forms of superstitions and witchcraft which were peculiar to that people. So wherever the Ashanti ended up in Jamaica and America, wherever the Dahomeyans, the tribe of Ouida, ended up in Haiti and Cuba and Louisiana and America and stuff, the slaves of whichever tribe, you find that superstition and witchcraft. Thus in Cuba, San Domingo, thank you. Let me go back. It says, when the slave trade was at its height, two Negro nations shared the mastery of West Africa, the Ashanti and the Dahomeyans. And wherever the slaves of either of these tribes predominated, there we find the special forms and superstitions and witchcrafts which were peculiar. So wherever Ashanti, that's what I said, wherever they was at in Jamaica, in the American southern states, and wherever the Dahomey, which is the tribe of Judah from Ouida, from Kingdom of Judah, wherever they went in Haiti to Cuba to Louisiana, wherever they went, it says their special forms of witchcraft and superstitions, which was peculiar, was predominant. Thus in Cuba and San Domingo is Haiti, and Louisiana, where the Dahomeyans were in ascendancy, the ophiolatry of voodooism became prevalent. Cuba, Haiti, and Louisiana. Voodooism, where the kingdom of Judah, the homie, who the Whedons, was the voodooism was prevalent. In Jamaica, on the other hand, voodooism is practically unknown. Here we go. While obeah, with its concomitant poisonings, has been rife since the earliest days. So in Jamaica, voodooism is unknown, practically not even there. You got some traces, but they do obeah because they are from Ashanti. The word obeah itself is really the Ashanti word obeyafu. So the word obeah itself is really the Ashanti word obeyafo, a witch, or rather more properly in practice, at least according to Captain Rattray, a wizard, being derived from bayi, sorcery, a witch or a wizard. Now, an Ashanti legend runs as follows. When Big Massa was busy with the work of creation, it happened that the little monkey Ifo was making himself generally useful. And when the task was accomplished, he asked the Big Massa, that's supposed to be the big God, that in return for the help rendered, all creatures should bear his name. To this, the Big Massa, the God, acceded to such an extent that henceforth certain classes of creatures added to their own proper names the suffix fo. In acknowledgement of the little monkey's part of the work, such is the Ashanti fable tale, and hence we find the suffix fo in the names of peoples, nations, and occupations. And it says, dropping the suffix, then from obey ye fo, the resultant words obey ye, as heard from the lips of the Ashanti slaves, was variously rendered by the Jamaicans whites, by the white people, as obi, obeya, or obaya. So the whites took the obayafo, as they twist up, transliterate it till they can't understand it, and that's where they get obeah, or obaya, etc. For even now there is no agreement as to the correct spelling of the word. Of obeah itself we shall have much to say when we come to the consideration of Ashanti, witchcraft, and the source from which it was derived. For the present, let it suffice to note that Jamaica obeah is really a continuation of the Ashanti sorcery, just as Mayalism in the Jamaica bush is a residue of the old tribal religious dance of the same African race. Both with the Ashanti themselves and their descendants in Jamaica, the word is commonly shortened to Obi. Thus we find the Obi country referred to in the history of the Ashanti fetish priests, Okomofo Anachi, that is, Anachi the priest. About the year 1700, after committing a capital offense, as Captain Rattray tells us, he fled for his life to the Obi country. He had made a study of fetish medicine and became the greatest fetish, that sorcery man, the Ashanti ever had. Referring to the Obi country, Rattray notes, I have so far been unable to trace this place, but to this day in Ashanti, any big fetish priest is called an Obi, right? And to this day, any big fetish Ashanti priest is called Obi Akamofo, that is an Obi priest. So also in Jamaica, in the practice of obeah, the native makes Obi, even today. In fact, what Captain Rattray witnessed among the Ashanti, his description of making of Suman or fetish charm has his counterpart in the weird incantation, a grotesque fabrication of Jamaican Obi man that produces a bundle of sticks as a protection against thief or evil spirits. All right, so now we're gonna there go the duppies. Moreover, it is merely another coincidence that Jamaican duppies or ghosts are notorious for their stone-throwing propensities, pretty much the same as the Ashanti Mamosha. All right, so now I'm gonna go to another part because it's getting late. I'm about to, our ancestors was wicked. Now watch this one, guys. So we're going to come back to this at another time, going through. So now they go through the songs. So now again, we are told by Ellis, who primarily signified Ashanti, he speaks of the Sishi group. The Sishi songs consist of a recitative with a short chorus. The recitative is often improvised, one taking up the song where another is tired. So they make up the songs. So they make up the recitative parts, but then the chorus. Frequently, the words have reference to current events, and it's not uncommon for singers to note the peculiarities of persons who may pass and improvise at their expense. The dead. Having Ellis been writing of this experience in Jamaica and note of those of the Gold Coast, he scarcely remarked, all right, we'll go back. We'll get to that another time about the songs. All right, let me get to page. I did the Serpent God. I did the Haitian Voodoo. I did the Canaanitish page. All right, so now it's the next page. All right, so now we're going to go. Oh, no, it's here. Now we're going to go to page 21. Oh, page 21. I want to show y'all this. So even though they were wicked, this also lets me know that we be descending from these people. So page 21. All right. So now it says, I'm going to do this. A visitor to Jamaica from the United States was immediately impressed by the cleanliness of the native peasant and his habits and his fondness for bathing. A striking contrast with the Southern Negro, who too frequently seems to have a horror of water. Sorry, this is what they wrote. It says, in the Jamaica coastal towns, the entire male population as a rule devotes a great part of every Sunday morning to swimming, so much so that it frequently interferes with their service on Sunday worship. Y'all see this, right? Sunday divine service. And even on weekdays, wherever water is plentiful, the morning bath is the rule rather than the exception. And that's because in the Southern Negro, they weren't allowed. It was different from in the Jamaican plantations with the water and the bathing and stuff like that. All right. So now, y'all said, I smell Marine Kingdom all over this. It says, so that frequently interferes with divine. And the connection is interesting to find A.W. Cardinal writing, the Ashanti are remarkable for their extreme cleanliness. So A.W. Cardinal wrote that the Ashanti tribe and all their other wickedness and stuff, they were remarkable for their extreme cleanliness. And they take a pride in themselves. They take a pride in their clothing and their houses, which some of the other tribes that was taken from the west coast of Africa do not seem to take the same pride. And many of the non-African population, not, the other nations of people, they completely ignore, meaning the remarkable cleanliness and taking a pride in their clothing. And y'all know we still do today. Pop your collar for those who take a pride in their clothing. Make sure we nice and clean, right? We could be poor as all outdoors, but my sneakers need to be clean. I know my clothes need to be clean, right? I know my house gonna be clean. Facts. I had exes be like, who live here? They thought a girl lived in my house, how clean it is. Oh, I'm really clean. I don't play no games. You heard? My house clean. You think and smell good. My bathroom, and you go in my bathroom right now. Ain't no urine on the toilet. Ain't no urine around the sink. It smell good. The girls used to get mad. I know a girl. Ain't no girl living here. What's wrong with y'all? Who you been dating? Sitting up here thinking I got to have a girl living here because I'm clean. Yeah, I'm so fresh and so clean. Facts. My house clean. My bathroom clean. It smell good too. And not only do it smell good, I smell good. Facts. All the time. Hair smell good and everything. They're like, ooh, your hair smell good. I know it do. I do too. You heard? So fresh and so clean. I can be poor as all outdoors, but I'm going to smell good. I'm going to try to look as good as I can, just as sharp and clean as I can. I don't care if my sneakers old. You get a toothbrush and you get the cleaning, right? Clean the shoelaces. I see the other nations, no disrespect, it's just a different culture. They be wearing the most nastiest sneakers, dirty shoelaces, sneakers all turned over. I'm like, dude, clean them sneakers, wash them. How y'all even put them on? It's just a different culture, no disrespect. You know, especially some of my white brothers and sisters, y'all seeing they be having the most turned over sneakers. I was like, them sneakers look nasty. I wouldn't even put my foot in them. And they wear them. They don't care. They just is. They can have a lot of money and everything. They'll wear them old sneakers for like 30 years. It be turned over. They Air Force look like this. And you know how the sneaker be bent? It be bent up. Talk about creases, laces dirty, looking nasty. Right? Yeah, but we don't have a nickel to rub together, but I bet you my sneakers look good. It's just a cult. See, now you're starting to see. It's in the characteristic. It's in the DNA, right? Now, the funny, y'all can I say, I have my sneakers for 2.5. Me too. Now, this is the difference, y'all can I have my sneakers. See, he said washed exactly one time. There you go. That's the difference. Y'all can I said, I got sneakers for 5 years, and I wear them right now, and they look brand new. Literally, people think when I'm in the gym, they think that my sneakers are brand new, and they don't realize I had these sneakers for 4 years, but they brand new because I keep washing. I wash the laces, I wash the sneakers, like I keep them clean. Yes, in our DNA, we learning a lot about ourselves. Pop your collar, okay? Yeah, change them shoestrings out and wash them. You heard? All right. So now it said, the Ashanti are remarkable for their extreme cleanliness. It said, Bowditch, who's a writer, he said he had noted that the same characteristic of the Ashanti more than a century before. He said more than 100 years before, he noticed the same characteristic of these Ashanti. He said both the men and women are particularly cleanly in their persons. He wrote of them and asked that they wash daily upon rising. Upon waking up from head to toe with warm water and Portuguese soap. He noticed that they washed every day from head to toe with warm water and Portuguese soap. After they washed, they used vegetable grease or butter, which was a fine cosmetic. So that means they took a bath and they oiled themselves down. They got fresh and clean. Now these Ashanti, they ain't doing all type of other wicked worship and serpent, but they still clean. This bugged me out, right? I'm like, all right. So it says, and afterwards they use a vegetable grease or butter, which is a fine cosmetic. It says it is a consequence of this use of Portuguese soap that in Jamaica to this day, perhaps no gift is more highly prized even by the better class of the peasantry people than a cake or two of scented soap. So he said to this day in 1930s in Jamaica, he said you can't give a better gift to them than giving them a gift of scented soaps, right? Shea butter, I know, right? Vegetable shea butter, right? Shining like new money, right? It says on the occasion, he said, this writer said, on the occasion of my first Christmas in Jamaica, I was astonished by the number of gifts of soap that was given out, which almost seemed a reflection until I became better acquainted with the native customs, these Ashanti customs. All right? All right, so now they're concluding. It says to understand properly the spirit and aspirations, better type Jamaican present, study of the Ashanti. And in the first place, many Hebrewisms were discovered in the Ashanti tribal customs. Then several Ashanti words will find a striking resemblance. All right, listen. But to those of equivalent Hebrew meaning, finally, the supreme being of the Ashanti gave strong indication of being this Yahweh of the Old Testament. He's correct. So the Ashanti, that God Akamapong and all the Naya Nani and all them was this Yahweh. So he's seeing the the commonality that this is it's so what the writer's seeing, he's like, they seem to be worshiping the Aliyah of the Old Testament, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? He's like, but they calling him Yahweh and they call him Nayanak and all this stuff, but he's seeing the symbolisms. It's because they still have the peace of the Torah. We always kept a peace, even through our Babylonian taking on these Phoenician gods, Yahweh and this and that, even when we was Christian and Jesus and, you know, all this God and Lord, and we still keep the DNA, the customs, some of the customs, okay? So it says the question naturally arose, how to explain these parallels of cultural traits? It's because that's who they are, all right? All right, so now they're going on about the diaspora. Look, it says the problem might be approached either by trying to trace the story of dispersion of the tribe of Judah, usually called the diaspora. For those blacks in America who heard in the diaspora, or by the study of tribal beliefs and practices in the records of early African travelers, particularly of those who have written the manners and customs of the Negro before the inroads of Islam had tended to utterly destroy all traditions of the past. See what they writing? They were saying, they noticing that in these dispersion of the tribe of Judah, they call it the diaspora, they're noticing that the African travelers noted that before the inroads of Islam, Ishmael got to our ancestors and made them Muslims and stuff and destroyed all the traditions of the Hebraisms. See, it says it was finally decided to attack the question from both angles. The worldwide diffusion of the tribe of Judah was followed in its manifold ramifications with a view of establishing every possible influx of Hebraic culture that might possibly at any time have reached the shores of Africa. All right, so the diaspora itself, or whatever. Now, let me get to this part so I can close out. My mouth getting tired. I want to get, because Taj Baliyah is still here. I'm going to close out and we'll finish this another time. I'm going to close out with the part from another book of Romans becoming the first Romans. So we're going to go to another book. It's called share this tab instead. They opening it. Bang. It's called the Hebrew or Iberian race, including the Pelasians, the Phoenicians, and the tribe of Judah, the British, and something from Henry Kilgore. So I'm going to go to page 19. This is from my elder Taj Baliyah. I found something, Taj. 19. Hopefully it's this 19. Let me go one page view. Now let me make it bigger on the screen. Zoom in. Zoom, 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 zoom. Come over. Zoom some more. We're going to come back to this book another time, but look at this. They talk about Heber, the children of Heber. That's Hebrew. That's Eber, represented as coming from the east and landing in Spain, of which fact we have already had ample proof, and proceeding from Spain, they went to Ireland. The children of Eber, these Hebrews, Ever, Habra, all right? It says, and is most interested find in an island in the extreme west of Europe, so far away from Persia and Palestine, the memory of the migrations of the children of Eber. All right, these Hebrews. All right, so now, I'm going to go down because I'm going to go to page 19. All right? But we'll do this another time. It's breaking down the children of Eber, right? Other cities in the Holy Land, Palestine, Persia, the people of Great Britain and Ireland. We trace the footsteps of the children of Eber too, and in Italy, and then mainly westward. We shall now proceed from Italy towards the north. we find in Rhaetia the tribes of the Briganti and the Brigantes and Valdatia and the tribe of Brini and the Terra, whatever. All right. So I'm going to go to page 19, 16. We're going to go through this another time. Abyssinia, Austria, all right. Latin, Persia, Great Britain, Prussia, Germany. These books are dope. And reverting to Africa. All right, now it goes into Geber or Eber in Persia, parts of ancient Iran, which is Babylon, Iran and Hindustan. All right. The Afghans, Eber, all right. Madagascar, in the Indian Ocean. I'm just letting y'all see some of the stuff. Center of Africa, the kingdoms of Burgu, Bornu, Bamba, Berbers, and the Barbary, and the coast of Gambia and Calabar upon its west. All right. All right. So now I'm going to go, we're going to page, here we go. So we're going to start from here. My mouth is tired, but I'll read. And we're going to close out. The race having as been and will be afterwards seen migrated from Iran is Pelagi. This is Peleg. So we're gonna go through it before. It's Eber, Abraham's grandfather, and Peleg. I think that's his great grandfather or uncle or something, right? These Pelagi and Ebers. These are our ancestors. It says the race having as been and will be afterwards seen migrated from Iran. It is submitted that the name of Palestine itself is a form of Pelagi. That's Peleg. In Egypt, we find the name of Pelusium applied to a town of the greatest importance, and which town was also known by the name of Abarim, Eber, Hebrew, Habaram. The two principal names, that's Peleg and Abraham, the two principal names of the race having thus been applied to it. In Abyssinia, we have as already adverted to an existing race of the tribe of Judah, known by the name of the Phalasha. Y'all heard of the Phalasha Yahudian, tribe of Judah, the Phalashas. It says a very slight modification of the word Pelagi, the Phalasha, because the P was always was later instituted as an F. So that would be Phalasha would be Palasha. It says, a fact of the greatest importance in ethnology in Asia Minor, there was a tribe of the Phalares, also the Pelte. But the derivation of Pelte from Pelagi may perhaps be questioned. All right, here we go. In Greece, the Pelagi had settled to such an extent that the Greeks were, by Latin authors, called Pelagi. So the Peleg's descendants had settled in Greece to such an extent that the Latin writers called the Greeks Pelagi. Thessaly was named Pelasium Argos, Peloponnese, Pelagia, and Arcadia Pelages. The name of Peloponnese had been derived from the same root. The mythological origin assigned to it being a poetical fiction based on the existence of the Pelagi and the Peloponnese, whatever. Pelagia was and still is the name of a cape in the islands of Euboea. I'm getting there. Just give me a second. I'm walking it down. Let me scroll down a little. Pelagia was the name of Iberus, a strong proof of the identity of Pelagia and the Iberians. All right? Eber and Peleg. Pelagonia was the name of a district in Macedonia. Several towns in Greece derived their names from the same people. In Italy, the Pelagi had numerous and important settlements. We find the tribes of the Pelagini in southern Italy and of the Felici in Etruria. That's the Etruscans, Etruria. The first ones, the Etruscans. The first name of Rome, Italy, Rome, Taj Baliyah, itself was Valentia or Palencia, the V and the P being interchangeable letters. Palencia, Pelagia, Peleg, thus showing Rome to have been a Pelagian town. Pelagian town. All right? Now, we on to something else, right? You still talking about shoes. Just pay attention. All right? Now, listen to Elder Taz Baliyah. Rome itself, the first name of Rome itself was Palatia, which is Pelagia. Now it says, thus showing Rome to have been a Pelagian town, and we may thence infer that the Palatine Hill, other alleged derivations notwithstanding, had derived its name from being occupied by the Pelagi. That's the Iberian Hebrew Pelagian race, Phoenician Hebrews. The Bruti or Britoi, already referred to as the Iberians. That's our ancestors, the Iberians, what they call, this is Eber, Iberian race. The book is called the Hebrew or Iberian race, including the Pelagians, the Phoenicians, and the tribe of Judah, Yahudians. It's the name of the book. Now listen, it says, the Bruti of Britain, already referred to as the Iberians, had a town named Vibo Palencia. In France and Spain, there were several towns named Valencia, another in Spain named Valeria, which belonged to the Celtiberians, and there was also another named Palencia. There is still a province in Spain now named Valencia, part of the ancient Celtiberia, and whose chief's town is Valencia. Proceeding northwards, we find Poland, a most peculiar country as regarding to the tribe of Judah, for they exist there in the present day in far greater numbers and is believed than anywhere else throughout the whole world, and they have existed there for many ages. It is impossible to say how many, certainly long before the period of written records, in Northern Europe, at least of any records now existing. Before the Christian era, the tribe of Judah, or Iberians, Hebrews, that Iberians are Hebrews in Poland, were also known as Vends or the Vandals, and has the name Poland, notwithstanding other alleged variations from Poland, from Valand, not being, hold on, and we're about to close out, not being Poland, notwithstanding alleged variation, not being derived from Pelagi. We have seen that the tribe of Judah and Abyssinia are to this day called the Phalasian tribe of Judah, or Pelagian. And in Poland, had they not called themselves or been called by a modification of the same name, the Phalangian. We have Westphalia and Falen in Germany. In Poland, we have Eastphalia or Falen. There must have been in Europe at one period Eastphalen in contradiction Westphalen. All right, so that's enough. So they go on about the Iberians, the Iberians. We're going to go through this stuff another time because this goes all the way back. This goes, all right, so this ties into our Europe series of Europe, Poland, Ireland, all of it. All right. But it showed that the ancient Rome first name was Palencia, which is Pelagian. It's the Hebrew Pelagians, the Pelagasians from Peleg. The book, the Hebrew or Iberian race, including the Pelagians, the Phoenicians, and the tribe of Judah. So the first name of Rome was instituted by the Pelagians, Peleg, the Hebrews, from Abraham's granddad, and the Iberians, what they call Iberians, the Etruscans. All right. Praise Yah's holy name, His rightful order. All right. My mouth is so tired. So let me close with this. This here is where the Ashanti, it's where the Jamaican, American, Caribbean, and American slaves came from. Beside Europe, those who came from Europe, right? From Britain and Italy and France and Denmark. That's my other series, right? And they came, and some of them got shipped back here and then got rerouted and came. So my Haitian brothers and sisters, you now you know you come from the tribe of Judah, from Ouida, who got conquered by Dahomey and the serpent worship that was going on. And that's where the voodoo come from. The Ashanti and the Jamaican and Americans who get this Obeah and his worship, the serpent worship. We know we come from the Gold Coast. All right. You're welcome, Taj Baliyah. So a lot of the things are being tied together. This is from Negro land. We know that the coastal regions was the ones that went into the coast to get these strong Ashanti, Judah tribes, the strong tribes. We know and we found out that this is the coroning of the king of Judah and their serpent worship from Ouida. It's where a lot of the Haitians and the voodoo come from. So these are a lot of the Haitian ancestors in this picture right here on the screen. All right? So a lot of them in Louisiana, Cuba, and stuff like that. All right, let me stop share. Man, I've been going for a long time. Shalom, Elder Taj Baliyah. Shalom, Yashiyaha for helping me read. Shalom to young Elder Hakyama for your presence on the screen and being there to help out if needed. Shalom to everyone worldwide. Hopefully y'all got some more. You're welcome, Yakatamaya. Hopefully y'all got some more understanding of our true history and our ancestors and their serpent worship. We found out about a Yah goddess, this Anasi goddess. We found out about Ob and Obed and these serpent worshiping gods. All is starting to tie together, right? All this stuff is just starting to Yah is just, it's like a big puzzle, and he's putting all the pieces to the puzzle together as we walk through these ancient books. He said, in their land of their captivities, they shall remember themselves, right? He left breadcrumbs. He left all the ancient writers and historians write who we are. And the elect will have the gifting to discernment, to discern who you know them by their fruit, to understand from whence we come so we can repent and rebuke our ancestors and their continual disgrace to our Abba Yah, of them taking on all these other gods, these other practices and nations, all this witchcraft and sorcery, these Canaanitish that came out, Canaanitish practices in America and the Caribbean and Africa and all over the world. Children of the Most High, you're learning who you really are, whose and who you really are, and we ought to come out of her. There was another one in the book, I'll bring it out on Sunday, where it's going to go in to the marriage practices that they was doing. Yeah, it talked about the marriage practices and the rites and the ceremonies. And we have these wedding ceremonies that we partake in our marriage ceremonies. And some of us make a mistake of mixing the holy and the profane. So you're going to have to start repenting, making these mistakes. We're going to have to learn to come out of her fully. Because when you partake in these practices and these ceremonies, and you know willfully, you're giving a covenant to these gods where these ceremonies came from. They came from our wicked ancestors bringing it. And then you mix these American ceremonies All right. So that'll probably come out on the Shabbat, that part. There's another part that's going to come out. Listen to this as we close out. Guess what another practice was? Pouring out a little liquor. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Yo, the Ashanti was pouring out a little liquor for the dead homies. I said, you boy, if we ain't in this, if we ain't finding out who we really are, I said, yeah, that's gonna come out too. The further practices. So a lot of these practices we're gonna see we still doing. Praise Yah's holy name, his rightful order. He said Tuba's still doing it to this day. Nothing new in the sun. Facts. They was pouring out a little liquor too. And they wedding practices and all that. Jumping over the broom, yeah. Getting married, having these wedding ceremonies and all that. Doing all that stuff. Yeah. Not of Yah. Praise Yah's holy name, his rightful order. Thank you all for sojourning with Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah. Thank you, Abba Yah, for this great teaching and the constantly revealing of the children of who you are. The reason why he's revealing who we really are, because he wants us to come out of her fully. We got to walk it down, enduring. We're going to have to start rebuking and repenting for these practices and things that we did in our ignorance. And for those who are still continue to know better and do it, woe to you. Be very careful. When you willfully know something and you still partaking in Babylon and her sin and her transgression, you got some strong repentance to do for it. You're cursing yourselves. You're cursing yourselves. You can't mix the holy and the profane. You can't. The two. Praise Yah. Those who know better, do better. Come out of her, my people. So sojourn with Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah as we continue to come out of her. And I'll continue to teach in spirit and in truth. But it's about enduring. So remember, repentance is still available until us all, until the time Mashiach comes back. Okay? I was just saying, I love y'all, and I'll continue to endure. I'll continue to teach the word and rightly divide the history as the Most High give me utterance. This is a Rayach-led ministry, Holy Spirit-led ministry. So, and we are elected. This is an end-time priesthood under the Father. An awful and lawfulness. All right. Lanicia, I got a question. So daughters of Yah, y'all catch all those questions for Sunday. I'm going to do the questions on Sunday. I'm going to open up with questions. I got a lot of stuff to bring out on Sunday. And then we're going to get to these rituals and stuff that our ancestors was doing. Weddings and pouring out a little liquor for the homies and rolling dice and doing all of the stuff we've been doing. Yes, wake up my people, come out of her fully. Praise Yah's holy name, his rightful order. Thank you, Abba Yah. Let's take a moment of silence to our Abba Yah on this holy Shabbat day for him revealing and pulling back layers of our history. We're going to take the moment of silence for our Abba Yah right now, starting now. Abba Yah, we take this moment of shalom and silence and stillness in your presence as one body ahad under you, as your rightful children who are trying to come unto you in spirit and in truth and repent for the sins of ourselves and our ancestors and try to get on the narrow path, the righteous Gamayah road home to you, Abba Yah. We ask you still forgive us for our sins and transgressions, have your will over our lives. Please, if it's all in your will, continue to bless us with your holy, righteous Sabaoth gods and to your Malaks who will continue to guide and lead us on our path to righteousness, our purpose that we are to fulfill in you. We thank you for all things and all this lesson and everything you revealed. Thank you for choosing us to be your children, your Yaladam. Thank you for sojourning us together as a righteous body in this total darkness of this world. We take that moment of stillness to be in your stillness because you said you exist within the stillness and the shalom. So we take that moment of shalom to be in your presence. We love you, Abba Yah, And we say this prayer unto you in the name of your only, your odd son who comes in your holy name. We say Aman Yah, Aman, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Shalayah, Selah. Shabbat Shalom, Abba Yah. All right. Shabbat Shalom, Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah, everybody worldwide. Thank you for sojourning. We'll see y'all all on Sunday, Eastern Standard Time, around 8:40, about 8:30 to 8:40 Hebrew time. CBT time, about 8:30 to 8:40. We be live again. All right. Shabbat Shalom. I love you all. Go forth, be the light of Yah. Be the light of the fire of Yah that you are in this world. From Mashiach Assembly, House of Yah Ministries to you.
Bossy, you know what it is.
You know what it is. We keep it real at Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah. You know what it is. Every time we come live, we gonna bust the serpent in his head. You know what it is. You know you're gonna get that raw, uncut, no chaser with Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah. I love you all. All right, we out. Shabbat Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious, chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.